Hello. What's up, everybody? What's up, Rasta, Shazar, Salino, Anktar, Matchless, Macaron, JR, Zulu. Thank you, Brandon, for the Prime. 37 months. Hope you've been doing well. Less money for Jeff, more money for me, yada yada. You know the drill. I hope everyone's having a good day today. It is Sunday. It's the last day of June. Let's play some video games. How do I do this? This and that. All right. What's up, Chipmunk? There you go. All right. Wonder what this guy has to say today. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's the same as yesterday. I was expecting it to acknowledge that we solved a major crisis. Last time you got through the whole intro sequence. Just a day ago, a local tea shop exploded. It's your job to figure out why. For some reason, you woke up at the bottom of a morgue. Great start. You had a little chat with Viskin, pale-faced local mortician. And then you went out to explore the city. Now Tolstad's a pretty big place. Tiny snippet that you're focused on already has a ton of people around. You had a ton to look at. And you still need to find that goblin chieftain. Yeah. I wish Chris recognized our efforts. The blonde again. Yeah, the crisis of the round square. The circle square. Well, you know. Esoteric events. Your strings are chaotic and often unravel in strange ways. Farther inland you go, the more common it is. Witness esoteric events, strange phenomenon in which reality breaks down, as well as esoteric pockets, entire areas. The laws of existence are rewritten. Cleric in Norvik. I feel like there's an S missing here. Clerics in Norvik are trained to handle esoteric events, even if they are near the coast. Rare near the coast. Let's a pause. Been watching your dispatch playthrough on YouTube. The last episode is hidden. Is there any way to watch the VOD? First I've heard of this. I don't know. You would have to ask Warren. Maybe $10. Might be a copyright thing for the music at the start of the VOD. Subscribe to the Patreon to see it. No, that is not a thing. Might be hidden in your region. I doubt it, but who knows? Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. Alright, so interesting. Again, this reminds me a lot of the Pale in Disco, with, you know, the weirdness of what's in between the lands. In this case, the wastes. I wonder if we'll get to experience some of that. Oh, we have prayers to do today. That's true. And we have to decide if we want to have a short rest as well. Not sure exactly if we would benefit from it. A lot. can't remember. And I wish the game had a system like in Disco where it keeps the checks in check, so you know which things you haven't done. Because I'm pretty sure there's a check we failed at some point. And I don't think that was just the beholding thing. It might have been with Viskin. Look in Russia for some copyright reason. Wow, that's unfortunate. Or you can use a VPN, yeah, to get around it, but not the most convenient. Yeah, okay, so we have to do some praying. What was the... and I think those are the notes that I'm gonna need to take for this game. They're gonna be very minimal, but I need to take the I need to take notes on which checks I need to retry. Before we do the praying, hold on. Let me see if I can find that check that we failed. Oh. Well, there it is. Figure out what's weird about this guy. It was a 21 wisdom check. And that's with a whole lot of DC reduction. Clearly the game doesn't want you to succeed on this one. Is that it though? Yeah, I guess that's it. Why did I ever think I could solve? I mean, I have +5, sure, but that's still like a 60. I wish escape didn't get you in the menu, but got you out of the conversation. So I guess it's part of the game that you have to properly click on the dialogue. Okay, how do I even do this? You have some notes. I do have a checklist in my notes. I could take a screenshot to remember exactly what the check is about. Or I could write things down. Screenshots, let me test. Seems to work. If I do this, copy. Hey, that's nice. It's gonna take a lot of space, but it'll work. It is literally a checklist. I just realized. It is quite literally a checklist. A list of checks. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, it seems like screenshots the best way. I have all the information. I know where it is, who it is with, what the DC is, what the modifiers are. Good. The goal. Oh, if I was to use the short rest, the DC would only be 20, or that would not be exhausted. Alright, let's pray. Staring at the chiseled monument, you focus your mind. Take a deep breath and begin your prayer. And I really needed you to spell it out for me with the list of checks. I did not get that. Knowing you, I'm assuming you're not being sarcastic. I mean, it took me a second to realize myself, so. I'm interested in what Contemplate Women is going to be like. So I think I'm going to wait for this one. Contemplate the Dragon of Stolstad. Those are grayed out, which I'm assuming means there's no updates about them. Maybe let's click them again just to let your mind go through the basics of what you know. The tea shop was destroyed in the middle of the day. Minor injuries were reported. Your goal is to enter the tea shop and investigate it properly. That's it. That's not true. We talked to Dira about it. Granted, she didn't give us any important information. The first election. Your vote won't matter. Your vote will be the most important of all. Ask those around you what they will vote. Might find your own voice along the way. Contemplate your class. Identity is not easy. It's everything from faction to home life to street. What you choose might be a first step. Choose wisely. Okay, so those are exactly the same as before. We'll see in the future if they get orange again. If they get highlighted again as we find more information. Or if we're gonna have to be careful, pay attention. I'd contemplate the Dragon of Tolstad. A famous goblin leader. Her reach sharp, her gaze strong. She wants you to investigate the tea shop and report to her. The content of that report will determine much. Alright. Let's contemplate milk. No. What do you mean, no? Am I in disagreement with myself? Okay. Come on. Contemplate milk. Fine. Thanks. It comes from a cow. You'll like it. Many do not. Now contemplate something else. Jesus! What's with the attitude, me? On brand? I don't think so. That's Chad Daniel. Fair enough. Let's contemplate our fall into the river, shall we? It was not an accident. You are not so clumsy. But the question here is not why you fell. The question is, why do you live? Well, okay, my thought is that Viskin is some sort of necromancer. And he brought us back to life for whatever reason. Probably because he has designs on the whole situation with the tea shop and the election and all that. And we are a pawn in his game. That's my thought. Subdiral. Let's contemplate women. They exist. Chat? They do. There's nothing funny about it. They prosper. You will not have one? Okay, game. That was not necessary. For they are not yours to have. Oh. I like that. It went from being a personal attack to an interesting philosophical perspective, you know, change. I like that. Yeah. I think my existence confirmed as I come in is awesome. Yeah, you exist and you prosper, Zia. And you are no one's property. I think that's amazing. Though there might be some who fancy you. Aw. If you show yourself to be a good man. Or bad, if you want the baddies. Yeah, that's my problem. That's my problem. I'm too nice to get the baddies. I think there's a subreddit about that. The Brightboot. They do exist, the rest is debatable. Whoa, hey! What does that mean? That implies this one is debatable. How do I make it about myself? How do I take this as an insult? Alright, okay. Well. Let me finish my prayer. We have a quest to get the baddies. I mean, hey, we got a date with a baddie already in the game. 1 for 1. 100% batting at this time. So. I'm currently on a perfect game. No fumbling so far. Yeah, it was pretty close, but we got it together. Do you have something new to say to me? Wiggling his little clawed feet, the kobold follows your every move with cold, unflinching yellow eyes. Masters say you behave. I don't know why he has Dobby's voice in my head. That's or Gollum. It's I don't think it's the right voice for him. Short question. Go. Maybe it works. I don't know. I don't have time for you, kobold. The Pokemon voice fits perfectly. Yeah, but that's the thing. It fits too perfectly. It's like a cliche, right? Which is fine. Cliches are cliches for a reason. Okay, so there's some stuff up here. And there's some stuff down there. I think... Hold on. Map. Volstad South. I think I remember... For some reason, I remember the map being more detailed. I'm pretty sure we saw the map with more details when we were inside this place. Like, I remember seeing, like, the goblin thing and all that. Like, it said something about the goblin garden being down there or something. I don't know. But yeah, that makes sense. That's the bridge, right? I love a good bridge with homes on it. Always thought that was an interesting feature of medieval, old medieval towns. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we've solved the square, so I'm pretty much free to go wherever I want. You know what? I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna go south. That was my initial like instinct was going down. South. For whatever reason, it felt like a good natural way of doing it. So. Oh, there's people up there. What about this? Goblin wall art. Goblin artwork. A green face is splattered across the facade, staring wildly towards a flaming sky, and the dragon spread across it. Or something like that. Can you call this art? Of course, Charisma. What the fuck? I just upgraded you. Don't start to be a bitch. What does it mean? What does this tell me about the state of Norvik? Place your hand upon the wall. Leave the art alone. Why are we putting art in quotes? What does it mean? It represents a devotion, albeit in an asinine way. The coins stand for all the fat loot the dragon brought to her people. You could get behind that. Okay, dexterity. Chill. But I get it. So is this a representation of Lady Sage Leaf? And this is like honoring her in a way? The fire is the soul, a boundary between the real and the heartful. You know, I think I'm not in tune with Constitution so far. I was pretty excited about Constitution because of the wall spirit thing. But since the beginning of the game, I feel like I'm not in touch with Constitution. Constitution's a little more abstract than what I expected. It's like, which might be very intentional, you know, you feel something in your gut, but the message is not always clear, and you have to sort of, you know, try to decipher it. So right now, I'm not in tune with my gut, you know. Maybe I need to eat more fiber or something. What does this tell me about the state of Norvik? Nothing, really. That goblins are artists? Alright, well, that's something. Let me place my hands upon the wall. You take a step forward. The painted stone surface is smooth. This is no cheap dwarven rock. This is Gate-era architecture, disguised among the rest. Truly ancient. You feel an esoteric urge to communicate with this object. Oh, here it goes. We're finally maybe are going to communicate with the walls. That's the only reason why I took Constitution in the first place. Nice timing, yeah. I have advantage and my pocket watch tingles. You know, one thing I wish... I think I understand why it's not a thing. I wish you could access your inventory while in a conversation. I would love to be able to read my pocket watch description again. I don't think it says very much. It's just that, you know, it's one of my items and that's it. Alright, so we need a 12 or better. %45 chance? Again? With advantage, so technically, you know, quite a bit better. Because we have 2 rolls. How do we... hold on, how do we calculate that? I'm not a mathematician, so I'm not an expert with this. We have 45% chance of success. We have 2 rolls. So this means there's a total of 40... No, wait. There has to be a very simple formula. I'm doing something very complicated in my head right now to calculate it. Yeah, so the way I was trying to go about it is that there's... No, because that would be the same thing. Well, that's not enough goal. Otherwise... Oh, right. You count the failure chances squared, and that gives you the actual chances of failure. That makes sense. Right. And both rolls are identical, right? Like it's advantage, as far as I understand. Advantage is just you roll twice and you take the better one. We can just help. Well, with something like that, like it's just D&D math, right? Well, I mean, math in general. I think it's fine. It's, you know, there's no influence or anything. It's just me trying to figure out the actual math of it. I think it's interesting. Yeah, I think goals calculation's correct, right? There's 4 outcomes. If we look at the results separately, 3 of them success, 1 a failure. Much easier to calculate. Your inclination should be wanting to watch him struggle. Yeah, well, I mean... That is true. But also... What I'm not sure about, Ektar, is how do you get to... There's 4 outcomes. If you look at the results separately, 3 of them a success, 1 a failure. That part, I don't think makes sense to me. I can't connect that with the action of rolling 2 dice. Oh, you... Of course, never mind. You eliminate 1 of the failures. Yeah. Yeah. One of the failures gets eliminated because it, you know, you have another die. Yeah. Both fail. First roll fails. Second roll fails. Both succeed. Yeah. Yeah, one of the failure doesn't count on its own. Is how my brain got there. But the way of displaying it in that way is way more simple. Yeah, so, yeah. 70% chance of success with advantage. Pretty good. Calculate the odds of either of them succeeding, then subtracting the amount of time both can succeed. Cool. Oh well. Let's listen to the wall's secret, if we can. I wonder how advantage is going to be displayed. I wonder if we're going to roll 1, then a second one, or if it rolls both at the same time. Let's find out. Both at the same time. Oh my fucking god, you have got to be shitting me. 6 and 9. Is this game skewing the dice rolls to be negative? Like, what the hell? I feel like I've only... like I think out of all the rolls we've had in the game so far, only 2 of them have been above 10. And we've maybe had like 10 plus under 10, including 2 nat ones. Sub Shepherd. Starting to look like my D&D sessions. Your focus falters. There's nothing to answer you. But something is there beyond the silent, hard stone. Try again tomorrow, perhaps. Well, okay. We have to, take a screenshot of that. I'm really upset about this one. Let's add that to the list of checks. Well, that's... I'm starting to get an incentive to do a short rest. Especially now I have 2 per day, right? We're already at the middle of the day, sort of. Well, we're 4 hours into the day, which I'm assuming the day goes late. So we're not quite at the middle. I think if I'm getting to like 4 p.m. roughly, and I haven't used the rest, that's a good time to do so. Or if I get like a large amount of checks. Like 3 plus or something. No. You'll roll a lot of 90s on DC4s and such checks. Yeah. No, absolutely. And the ones I really don't care much about. Ooh, this looks cool. The Goblin Garden is ahead. Feel it. What about this? Nature seeps through the cracks. Oh, there's a guy here that I can talk to. The other ones aren't highlighted, which... This one's highlighted, yeah. But all these goblins are not highlighted, which I suspect means I can't talk to them. You hear echoes inside. This leads to Pillar Crossing. What about this? A tree rising far above, a show of nature's force. Let's engage with it. Imposing tree, you'll look up at the branches of a bracken. It stands tall in the garden, towering over you. The bracken is an Ascani tree known for its impervious nature, sometimes called ironwood. The Elim forest holds the largest collection of bracken in the world. Elim is an ancient elven empire, now a shell of its former self. A shell of its former self. Weirdly hard to just say. Once ruled by Elim the Mender, a walking god who signed a treaty with Earth. The great woodsland stands at the border between Ascan and Reed. Nature is reaching tall and deep. These roots go below the city, nay, even below the river. Touch the tree, look up at the branches above. The leaves are quite big. What's a bracken tree again? The shelf of his former shelf, yeah. It's weird because it's like a very common expression. I'm pretty sure I've heard and used it a lot, and yet it felt so weird to say in the context of this whole sentence. Maybe I'm tired. I don't know. Touch the tree. Your hand lands firmly on the bark. Connecting with the natural world. Well done. I touched grass today, guys. That's how we should say it instead of saying touch grass like a bunch of idiots. Connect with the natural world. That's gonna get the zoomers. Look up at the branches above. The wind causes the leaves to dance. I love the music here, by the way. Again, reminds me a lot of the Banner Saga. I've been thinking about the Banner Saga a lot. I don't know why, but I really been thinking about it a lot. Delightful Business Goose, thank you for the tier 3, 48 months. What a huge amount of support for 4 full years. We're getting old. That's a lot of months. 4 years. Where were we 4 years ago? Where will we be 4 years from now? It's hard to fathom. I don't know. Goose, you will be remembered. Thank you for the support. Really appreciate you. Yeah, so I was thinking of the Banner Saga quite a bit. And it's one of those things where I'm like, you know, I've been thinking a lot about doing YouTube exclusive playthroughs. Which whenever the time comes, I'll let you guys know when I start working on it. And I'll give you a link and you will be able to subscribe to it, because I'm pretty sure the way I would like to do it is we're going to keep the VOD archive as a VOD archive, right? And I'm going to make like a specific channel if I'm doing like proper exclusive YouTube content. I think that just makes sense, because it's not going to... We don't want to like sort of blur the algorithm together, right? People want to just see the VOD archive, they have a VOD archive. But then there's like the, you know, new fresh content channel. And we don't want that to be confused in the algorithm of, oh, weird, like there's some, you know, content that is tailored for YouTube and some weird content that's not tailored for YouTube. You know, it's we don't want any confusion there. I don't know how the algorithms work exactly, but yeah, I'm sure you understand the desire for clarity there. So I'll give you a channel link and you'll be able to subscribe before the content starts pouring in. But yeah, I've been thinking a lot about that, and I'm trying to like sort of already figure out in my mind what's a good game for that, right? What's a good game that I want to play but I don't think I can stream it? And I'm not sure yet. There's a part of me that's like, well, something like the Banner Saga, you know, it's an older game at this point. Nobody wants to, like, nobody will seek that on Twitch, probably. So that would be a good YouTube thing, right? Because, yeah, I mean... It definitely wouldn't bring the numbers on Twitch, that's for sure. But then I think about the fact that, well, the Banner Saga is also a game that has a lot of choices in the narration. In some ways resembles this, right? And so I'm like, this is usually super fun to do live with people, you know, being able to react right away, and all the sort of, you know, choice games are typically pretty fun to watch on stream, even when they don't bring a big audience. So like, it's gonna bring a whole, you know, what would be the most appropriate games for YouTube? I think the answer would be linear, sort of cinematic games. That for sure seems to be a good YouTube thing. Like if I were to replay the Uncharted games or something, good YouTube content, probably, right? There's not much to sort of react about. It's just like, it's a spectator game, right? You just watch and things happen. There's not a lot of possible interactions. I don't think it's going to bring a lot of conversations. I'm just taking Uncharted as an example because it seems obvious, but like, if I had thought about that earlier, like 2 years ago, like The Last of Us would have been, I think, a great YouTube content game. So yeah, I don't know. I've been thinking about all this lately. I'm also thinking about, you know, how that, what that means in terms of how long should the episodes be? How frequent? When do I record it? You know, there's a lot of thoughts going into this. I wonder if maybe I can record it during the weekends. I do like I don't know, I do like a 4 or 5 hour session or something, and then I cut it into 30-minute pieces that I release every day or something. I would like the editing to be minimal, I think, is one of my thoughts. 30 probably too short? You think so? It seems like 30-minute episodes when it comes to like series of gameplay stuff works really well on YouTube, from what I've observed lately. Everyone's doing like 30-minute videos these days. Why do you feel like 1 or 2 hours would be better? Maybe puzzle games like Talos Principle allows for time to just silently stare at the screen, figuring things out. I think that would be the opposite of what's interesting, because there's no chat to save me from the thoughts. I would just be staring at the screen for so long. I don't think that'd be very interesting. I don't know if people will want 30 minutes and then wait a day or two for the next episode. Well, I just said I would release an episode every day. I don't know, from my observations lately and the content I've been watching, which could be biased because the algorithms feed me more of what I'm actually watching, right? It feels like 30 minutes has been the norm lately. Like every series I'm watching right now on YouTube of like episodes coming out, it's always 30 minutes. That's what editing is. Yeah, but I literally just said I'm trying to have as little editing as possible. Ideally, my ideal workflow would be I don't have to edit anything. I just play the game. It would basically be the same sort of content you see on stream without chat and without conversation. Right? Just the me and the game part. Yeah. I mean, I can certainly experiment with it also. Do different, you know, different length. See how it feels. Yeah, I think 30 minutes. 30 minutes was what I had in mind. The idea of, you know, sort of like a TV show sitcom length episode per day. Was sort of how I was envisioning it. I don't think it's going to be that regular of a number. It also depends what the, you know, like I would hopefully find a natural break in the content. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I need to experiment and do a. I need to pick what I need to do in reality is pick one game and start doing that and see how it feels. Right. See how, you know, like do one with a game that I care maybe a little less about. You know, a game that I care about but not too much, so that if it doesn't go super well, it's like, oh, whatever, right? But yeah, I think it would be good. I think it would be good because there's so many games that I want to play and share. I just don't think all of it is streamable, just because of how long it takes me to stream through a game. And simply because some games are going to be really bad for stream. Even the games that I think would be good for stream are bad for stream these days. So I need to find a way to play the games that I think would be actually bad for stream. No. What's up, Colette? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Something to experiment with soon. I've been really thinking about it a lot. I think I want to start maybe this weekend. What's up, Colette? I said what's up, Colette twice, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, the wind causes the leaves to dance. Wait, between the branches high above. Oh. Is that a hole in the bark? Oh, there's something in there. No, that would have to be streamed. A hollow, just wide enough for you to stick your hand inside. But that being said, Goal, I'm not gonna do it. I think I'm good with that. Bushy is for life. Anyway, a hollow, just wide enough for you to stick your hand inside. Something glimmers up there. Treasure in a bird's nest. Ooh, you have a feeling this could end really badly. Then again, risk and reward, right? It could cause great physical harm if you fell from that height. And heights are scary. See, Constitution's a wimp. Even on successes, it's constantly scared. The branches shudder in a sudden gust. Climb the tree or don't. I feel like dexterity failing here is kind of a warning. Like, you might not have the dexterity you need for this. I'm still gonna climb it. Might as well. You grab onto the trunk. Pressing... I love that I'm just not there. Pressing your entire body against the rough bark, you slowly make your way upwards. No! Get down! Oh my god, you can see the shape. That's so funny. Oh god. Oh, man. We need a 15 or above. Oh god, I'm gonna hurt myself. %, oh well, 30% chance of success. 30% chance of success. That is not a lot. If I fail, I'm probably gonna hurt myself. I do have some HP to spare. To be fair. And I do have some healing. I could have Shield of Faith activated right now. How long is Shield of Faith again? I can't see. No. I'm pretty sure it's like an hour or something. Which, it's not that long. Oh, also it's, what do they call that? Concentration spell? Meaning I could get broken. I mean, I kind of have to try, right? Like, 30% is not great, but I failed at 70% just a minute ago, so... How about I get the reverse of that, right? What's up, Jamrock Hobo? You got... I addicted to E myself. I got you addicted to Esoteric Ebb? I thought you played it already. Or maybe you just played a bit of it when it came out. It's a good game. Yeah. It's a very good game. I got you addicted. Yeah, you only played the demo. Nice. Yeah. I've been having a lot of fun with it. Alright, we're gonna roll this. I'm feeling pretty strongly about it. I'll take the damage if we fall. Hmm. Music is so good. Yeah, 14 on the die would not be enough, unfortunately. Yeah. All right, let's try. Ah. Oh, God. Oh, God. This is going to be bad. Wrapping your body around the trunk, you lift yourself up. The bark is rough, enough for you to get a pretty firm grip despite the vertical nature of this feat you're attempting. One foot and hand movement after another, each holding on to dear life. You take a deep breath and reach up towards the upper branches. That's when you realize you're nowhere close to where you thought you were. Look at the animation. Hold down now. Grabbing onto air is not a good idea as you fumble about. Suddenly the world drops around you. Your feet slip from the bark, your soul falling into hell. An instant later, you hit the ground. Something cracks, sending shooting pain up your leg and arm. Sending? Sending, a third-level evocation spell commonly used as a direct communication between powerful individuals, city-states or arcanists. The Norvikian Sending Office employs many clerics for the express purpose of casting sending across the coast. Now's not the time for this. The tree towers over you, taunting you. Shake it off, you've had worse. Yeah, we literally just died this morning, so this is nothing. Look up at the branches above. Can we do it again? You grab onto the trunk. Yada yada. Okay. So this one's locked now. So I'm gonna take a screenshot because I don't want to forget. That's my only problem with it, Jamrock. I don't know if you feel that way about it. Is it doesn't keep track of your checks for you like this code did. So I'm like, I have a literal checklist, a list of checks in my notes where I take a screenshot of every, you know, locked checklist. Check. So I remember to come back and do them. Alright, just get down slowly this time. Not worth it, not at all. Have a ward dog for that? Nice, nice. Alright, so getting down quietly, no problem. Love that. The leaves are quite big. What's a bracken again? Like a birch, but thicker. Made by primal forces of Ascani. And primal is one of the 3 pillars of magic. It is represented in the natural, wild, savage, and elemental forces of yore. They cannot be controlled, only bargained with. So primal, esoteric, arcanic? Or arcane. I think those are the 3 pillars of magic. Primal, arcane, esoteric. I think. It's a primal. Cannot be controlled for sure. Nice. Oh, it's interesting because I understand now that your name is Primal Inc. But my gaming brain, reading names in Twitch chat, I was like, oh, Prima Link. Primal. Fair enough. The bracken tree originates from Ilim Forest and is today a major export resource for Ascani. In Ascani. It is quick to grow and flexible in its usage. Yeah, we've been over that. It feels like I could have learned that earlier. so segmented. Ilim Forest, the great woodland covering most of the border between Ascan and Reeds. It is the domain of the Ilim elves. Buy tree, leave. There's almost a pun there. Buy tree, leave. But all right. We have 3 failed checks. It's becoming more and more interesting to use a short rest, especially with the level of exhaustion we have, right? And our missing HP, so. What is that? The rough letters spell out Our Lady's apartment. Oh, is that where I find a dragon? Or is that something else? I don't know. I love the sort of... You can see a little bit of like industrial tech with the pipes. Pretty cool. Should I talk to this... what is it, an imp? Braxo Pencilwing. Alright, time to behold, I guess. I'm not hoping for very much, considering how we've been rolling so far. Oh, come on, dude! This is mathematically... statistically impossible at this point. I am completely... I am unable to roll higher than 10. Yeah, so Behold is basically the information on the sheets have a DC, right? And the higher you roll, the better, the more information you get, basically, about the character. Which I think is a very cool concept. It's a very nice way of simulating the DMs, you know, like giving you more information based on your perception, basically. Yeah. Statistically just as likely as any other combination of numbers. Listen. I thought I liked the spell for translating the language, but very cool. Oh, right, I see how you saw it. Yeah. No, that's a cool thing. So he's a devil, okay? So the race is a devil, not an imp, as I thought. And he's a surprisingly content hard worker. Surprisingly content hard worker. We don't know a lot about Braxo, but, you know, okay. It's a little bit of information. But yeah, so that was one of the funny thing yesterday, or the other day, Hobo, is I got a pretty decent roll on... I think that was my only other roll above 10 so far. I got 2 rolls above 10. One was to flirt with Vera, and the other was to behold Alphos, which was great. And so I managed to learn quite a bit about Alphos, which helped me navigate the conversation, which I thought was really cool. Yeah. All right. Well, let's see what... What's his name again? Braxo has to say. Look at this little nerd. You raise your head towards the sky. Above you sits a tiny red creature. His wings flutter faintly in the wind. The fiend throws a quick glance your way. He's annoyed. An evil creature. Beware. Staring at a piece of paper, he does not acknowledge your presence. What you reading? Hello, I'm from the government. The local government? Hey, old guy. Why aren't you on my shoulder? Wow. That is so lame. My water. There it is. I literally could not find my bottle of water in the dark. Axel Pencilwing. Hello. I am from the local government. A sigh escapes the fiend's maw. He slowly puts down the paper. The paper is actually a torn-out page from a magazine. I've paid my taxes. You can move on. I'm not a tax collector. I don't think, at least. The devil has cheated on his taxes since the day he arrived in this city. Thank you, Wisdom. Honestly, who wouldn't? I would not. In case the Swiss Revenue Service is listening. No, pay your taxes, people. Pretty important. You can always pay more. You need to pay more. Say 10 crowns or so. Oh, Dexterity wants me to literally mug this guy. I'd agree with that opinion if my pouch wasn't so devoid of coin. Wink. Well done, citizen. Proud of you. I am not from the tithe house. What a weird word. Tithe house. I mean, again, I wish I could look at my inventory because I want to know how much money 10 coin represents, right? Is it a minor fraction of what I have? Or is it pretty good? I don't remember exactly how much coin I have. Yeah, a little, like, button here to bring up your inventory would be fantastic. I understand not letting you change your outfit, for instance, in the middle of a conversation. That makes sense. But you can just lock that and have it, like, visualized, not interacted with. Do I want to be a criminal? Well, not a criminal, but a manipulator. Or do I just not care? He's surprisingly content and he's a hard worker. That's what I know about him. None of that really helps. Constitution think it's an evil creature. Yeah, I don't know. Part of me wants to say I'm not a tax collector. That was my first instinct, right? That's what I said before I saw the options. So obviously, that's my instinctive response. But, you know, there's something interesting about potentially getting some coin out of this. Putting the pressure on the little devil. Yeah, we're not. Let's not. Yeah, let's not do that. I'm not from the tithe house. You're not? The fiend says and glares at you. Wait, he says, leaning in to get a good look at you. Earthguard, a cleric. Hell's you doing here? That reaction, your presence is uncommon. You can go wherever you want. Fuck off. I don't think that's the... Why is strength reacting so poorly? Oh, right. The male ego is getting hurt because of the failure. He didn't say you weren't supposed to be here. It was just surprised. Chill out. I'm not allowed on Tolstad. Divine mission, the usual. None of your business. Divine mission, the usual. Very well. I won't get in your way. I, for one, am very happy for your presence. This place has gone downhill since the city let the goblins and freestriders run amok. Okay. I might agree with the freestriders. I feel like the goblins taking a taking a stray there is not necessary, but I'm sensing some potential racism there. We need some damn order in this place. So if you need any legal advice, just let me know. He gives you a tiny, sharp smirk. Legal advice, huh? You should be aware of the fact that this is literally a devil. It's a werewolf. Are you a barrister? A tiny barrister? Can you give me free legal advice? Should I invest in stocks? What about your alignment? What does the law have to say on resurrections? What about charm person? I have some questions about a PPG. Oh, shit! Maybe we could have done something with that. You hear about the tea shop? Citizen, not on leave. Okay. Yeah, I didn't really... Maybe I was hasty in solving the situation above. Maybe I could have done more about that. Well, let's go down the list, I guess. Are you a barrister? A tiny barrister? No. I have no legal position within the city. I'm just fairly knowledgeable in the magistrate's code. So he works with city law. Ask him for details. He shows you a foul grin. What type of work do you do? What do you do in your spare time? What's it like being a little red guy? I don't think you can ask that. Oh my god, Ragan, you can't ask people why they're little and red. What are you voting in the upcoming election? Alright, well, what type of work do you do? If you love what you do, you will never work a day in your life, he says and smirks. I always disagreed with this statement. I think this statement is bullshit. I think this statement actually guilts people into thinking they're not doing what they're supposed to do. Because, like, one day you wake up and you're like, I have no fucking desire of doing my job today. And then you think, oh, but I'm supposed to love what I do. Because it's my passion or whatever. That probably must mean I'm not cut out for this, or this is not really my passion or something. Nonsense. Work of any kind, even if you're passionate about it, can be very difficult some days. I believe in that. I understand the spirit of that saying. I just think it's... I don't think it's... Yeah, I don't like it. Anyway. So what do you do? Me? I do scribbin most days. Got some connections within the palace, and believe me, phew, that's gotten me through some tough times. See, whenever some rich asshole needs a legal draft in a hurry, who do they send for? The guy with the wings, that's who. Decent slogan, I guess. He does paperwork, then he must be highly knowledgeable in law. I hope that's not the guy that did the PPG for the dwarves and fucked up. Awfully drab. That sounds profitable. Always on call. I have some other questions. Always on call, huh? For sure, but I get around quick. Is this speciesist to assume that devils are probably not good at contract? I'm probably good at contract law? I think it's fine. I mean, depends what you what you mean by good too, right? Like what does it mean good in this context? Is the goal to screw over the party that's gonna sign the contract? If so, then yes. They're probably really good at it. The devil's in the details. Clever. What do you do in your spare time? Calligraphy. That dude's all about writing. That's literally the only thing he does. Like I should get along with him, but... The art of writing and lettering. Something you're quite familiar with as well. A hobby for women and weak men. Why are you so fragile? Strength. What's wrong with you? Strength, my goat. Okay, hobo. Listen. The personification of the male fragile ego. Not Strength's fault to keep failing his passive checks. You just gotta be stronger. Uh-huh. Oh, and I do love me some reading. Gaining access to the Daroyan Library changed my life. Tell me more. The Daroyan Library is the largest public library in Norvik. You spent many years in your youth inside those stony walls. Alright. What's it like being a little red guy? You want an honest answer or the one I tell my clients? Whichever is shortest. It's crazy. Give me the honest answer. Okay, let me put it like this. It fucking sucks donkey shit. Do you know what it takes to get a promotion these days? No. We're talking decades of servitude to some sadistic fuck that wants to return to Gorgorian greatness or some shit like that. And then after risking your life and humiliating yourself, there is a chance this fucking guy will put in the effort to promoting you. And if you're unlucky, you'll turn into a freaking bug. Or worse, something without wings. For someone that's surprisingly content, he seems very upset to me, but... Tell me about these promotions. Sorry, forgot not everyone knows how Devilkin work. Let me put it like this. Oh boy. Here we go again. Devils have a ranking system. Some are lower, some are higher. Yep, that's how a ranking system works. Only way to get higher and metamorphose into a powerful creature is to be promoted by someone with a higher rank. But hey, could be worse, he says and cackles. Could be a demon. Demon, chaotic evil fiend. They are mostly bloodthirsty monsters and rage-crazed barbarians fallen out of Aishi. But some of their more civilized spawn do reign in the cities and realms surrounding the Endless Maw. What about Heishi? Heishi, one of the 8 bands along the coast, means either a growing maw or into the air in Abyssal. A deeply cursed jungle hellscape filled with volcanic rivers, flesh-eating insects, and murderous plants. Once an elven sanctuary, now home to demonic warlords, tiefling cities, and celestial crusaders. Tiefling, a folk with demonic or devilish blood in their veins, often have features such as horns, tails, red or blue skin color, and various esoteric abilities. What's up, Miss Pookims? Did we win over her heart already? Oh, that was... We're way further than that now. We managed to get a date with the lady we talked to yesterday. After election day. There's a whole election thing in the game, so... Our date is scheduled for later. It's great. Yeah. We turned on the Riz when we needed to. Way further is relative. Sure. All right, so tiefling's pretty much the same as in D&D. Fair, fair, fair. The game's using a lot of D&D races and concepts, which is demons are horrible, chaotic creatures that live by the rule of complete meritocracy, which would be amazing if it wasn't for their complete ineptitude at civilization building. All right, all right, all right. What are you voting for? What are you voting in the upcoming election? Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay, Miss Bookums. It's a little warm still. I'm excited to open my window pretty soon. How are you doing? How's work? What are you voting in the upcoming election? What am I voting for? Same as you, Little Devil says with a laugh. The good guys. And that means the Party of Norvik. Got it. You're a hardcore Asgalist. Free Striders for life. High five him. Lunch break. Have to go back in a couple of minutes. Good day so far. Hell yeah. I'm happy for you. And that means question mark? The city, duh. The elites are quite literally feeding my trove at this point. You think I'd vote for someone to topple them? Voting in his self-interest, as anyone reasonable would do. Okay. So you're being selfish in your voting. Wise choice. Interesting. I don't have a political opinion myself. So you're being selfish in your voting. Yeah, who wouldn't be? You think those dwarfs would be voting for some hippie Asgalist if they were the one with the palaces? Well, that's sort of the point, though, isn't it? The balance? Or something? I don't know. I don't think so. Not for a second. I mean, it does raise a decent point, I think. Humans are a little selfish in nature, I think. Or, and I don't think it's... I don't think it's an intentional thing. I just think we're... You know, we have the perspective we do because of the experiences we have in the environment we're in. So, obviously that influences the way we're looking at the world and all that, so... Obviously, you know, the oppressed workers are gonna vote in favor of changing the system. And the elites are gonna vote for maintaining the status quo. That seems, in many ways, logical. I often think about the idea that the reason why billionaires do not care about the consequences of their folly, if you will allow me that word, is because they don't have to see those consequences. They don't have to live with them. Because they always have a way to escape those consequences, right? So that's the reason why they don't care about those said consequences. If, you know, if billionaires were affected by their own actions in the same way everyone else is, maybe they would rethink some things and try to aim for some change. Sort of a self-defeating situation, if that makes sense. What's up, Fence? How am I enjoying this one? I think it's great. I think it's a wonderful game. So far, I'm having a lot of fun with it. Beautifully written, The tone is excellent. The music is great. Yeah, nothing but good things to say. Nice to see you play this. I thought you had the best disco playthrough. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. I was very happy with that disco playthrough. I thought the game was one of the best. I'm looking forward to playing it again. Doing completely different choices and a completely different character. That's going to be fun. Maybe so, Goal. Maybe so. Yeah. Things are not quite bad enough yet. Which, that in itself is a terrifying statement. If you ask me. Well, I'm done. I have asked everything I wanted to. He throws up his little arms in the air. It's over? By the gods! That was just one of the branches of that conversation, by the way. I feel like we're gonna be here a little while. Keep making myself unpopular with my demand that cars shouldn't have AC, so people would be encouraged to use it less. Huh. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. I never really thought about that. Specific, you know, like specifically car AC. Because obviously, every time I'm stuck in a car in the heat, I'm very happy that it has AC, right? I do drive extremely low at this point, only when I have to, really. Which is, fortunately, not very often. I do like driving, but it's just... I feel like it's becoming increasingly annoying. The roads in Switzerland are very, very saturated. Carbon tax the crap out of all the big corporations. Yeah, the issue with that, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, right? But the issue with it is ultimately we're gonna pay the cost for that because the prices are gonna go up, right? They're not gonna foot the bill. You can be sure of that. Which is why the system's broken in the first place, right? We're always the lower echelon of the ladder is always the one that's gonna get screwed. But I agree. On principle, I do agree that personalizing systemic issues is not the right way. I feel like I talk about that a lot. Music is really, really good on this place. I love it. That little piano is just whimsical. Love it. Alright, Braxo, can you give me free legal advice? Oh, yes. I'll gladly assist a member of the Earth Guard any day. What's his angle there? Just ask. Alright. Should I invest in stocks? Oh. Oh. I do not give nor have ever given investment advice. But... Yes? He looks you up and down. I should ask, have you ever bought shares before, cleric? Uh-oh. I don't think so. I don't know what that is. I don't share with anyone, little red man. I don't think so. Okay, some basics then. Popularized by the late divine era human adventure companies, a share is essentially a percentage of ownership of a certain venture. Could be a guild, could be a company, or a specific adventure. Something that is supposed to grow over time, so you can increase the value of your securities in that venture. We're getting a fucking finance lesson in the middle of the video game. Love it. It's a risky way to increase your capital without actually doing any real work. Gods, this devil is good. Learn from him. Why is it risky? Sounds like free money. So should I buy stocks? Where can I buy stocks? Have you ever bought stocks? This is like the Wiggs interview with Elijah Woods. When will you buy stocks? Could people buy stocks in me? Oh. Yeah, could someone invest in my adventure? What about currency trading? That's something I've heard about too. That's all I have to ask about stocks. Ask me how I know that this was written in 2021. This part of the game, 100% was written in 2021. There is no way you will have me believe otherwise. Yeah, I think, actually, Fence, I think Elijah Wood himself said that. I think he said himself. I don't know why I was so, you know, defensive about it. I was wearing wigs every day. I'm pretty sure I've seen a video of Elijah Wood himself being like, I don't know what was happening. Yeah, Chipmunk, and the whole, you know, the whole sort of stocks craze and all that, and crypto craze in 2021, right? That whole thing was crazy. It does feel very much like a product of that time, but who knows? If this was written now, the same theme would be written under the lens of gambling. That's the new big trend in the same sort of spaces, right? It's gambling on literally everything. Fucking polymarket nonsense. What's up, Hippofant? Bet on how many games it'll take Daniel to finish this game? Yeah, that should be a polymarket entry, right? There's money to be made. Okay. Let's see. Why is it risky? Sounds like free money. Good question. Imagine you invest in an adventuring party. They head into the Verdun Hills to dive into some Gate-era tomb or an esoteric area filled with talking cats. Something weird and dangerous, but with potential for a lot of cool treasure to be found and brought back. There's a major chance that those adventurers die out on their journey. If they do, you lose all the money you invested. They could make it back, in which case you'd get a percentage of the treasure based on your share, but how often do adventurers come back with a bunch of treasure these days? I don't know. You tell me. Now I want to go on an adventure in a Gate-era tomb in the Verdun Hills and talk to cats. Sounds great. So, should I buy stocks? Look, there are rules in place. Norvik has laws governing what one can and cannot suggest when it comes to financial agency. Your god made those laws to protect people of lower than average intelligence from being tricked by those with ill intent. Yeah, that probably works very fine, right? Like, yeah. I'm sure there's no corruption there at all. Where can I buy stocks? You can buy shares directly from a venture trader. Basically, someone can give you a piece of paper that says, I owe you, with some legal information on it. Why did I get healed? Oh, an hour passed. Oh, that's our first trigger from this thing, I think. Our new perk that we got from completing that previous quest. Hell yeah. Fence, thank you for subscribing. Tier 1, I appreciate it. Enjoy the ad-free experience. Thank you, thank you. Fence Lava, you will be remembered, as we say around here. For all the hours of disco entertainment, my pleasure. I got to play the game. That was all I needed as a reward, you know. But thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Have you ever bought stocks? Oh, never mind. Hold on. Or you can go to a trade hub. I don't think the Tolsted exchange is open until after the election, though. Have you ever bought stocks? Sure. I spend about 40% of my income in risky ventures. Sometimes I even get paid in securities, which is nice, since I won't have to pay any middlemen. Could people buy stocks in me? The little red devil stares at you. If you were to set yourself up as a venture, then maybe? I mean, if you could convince someone to invest in you, you know, without breaking any laws regarding investment advice, I'd be impressed, so why not? What about currency trading? That's something I've heard about too. Oh, that's just the art of switching between various currencies. Say you've got a pouch full of old embers, that is, the old draconic coins. They're made of gold, so even though there are no governments these days who support it, you can always just sell them for the gold value. Great. That's the most basic form of it. But when it comes to city-backed currencies, it gets more complicated. If you got 10 brim marks, the currency of the Blood City Bay and its subjects, they come in both paper form and soul-infused iron coins. And let's say you want to convert them into Reedsian 10s. The currency of the Free Strider Revolution. While free cities have multiple currencies, the magical paper money of Reeds is quickly growing into the most valuable across the coast. How many did you get? I don't know. Me neither. The value of each currency fluctuates day to day, as does the exchange rate to each other currency. Not to mention the location as well. 10s are powerful because of the far reach of the Free Strider trading charters. Brim marks are near useless in Norvik, so the exchange rate, while still not nothing, is quite low. That makes Blood City corporations way less interested in investing here, which then perpetuates the weak value of their currency. Sigs of old Dimenor are used in some places, sure, but bring them out in Norvik and any shopkeeper will laugh at you, holding out those shiny little crystal discs. The currency of Thazan during the Arcane era. It's still in use in some places, but these magical crystalline discs are only supported by a handful of CDs in Reeds. While the penning is accepted automatically, almost as if it's a slightly less valuable crown. The penning is the currency of the Vizca kingdoms, as well as several dwarven fiefdoms on the inner coast. It is commonly accepted coinage in Norvik. And then the soul is, on the other hand, extremely valuable just because of the Golden Horde's influence. Golden Horde is the remnant of a celestial empire in Divini Torum, led by a horrifying choir, a hyper-intelligent light being. They spread fear throughout their lands as well as part of Western Ascani. That sounds really interesting. Hyper-intelligence light being. What about Divini Torum? Light bending, perhaps, yeah. That immediately thought about the disco light bending character, for sure. One of the 8 bands along the coast. It is an askew plain, a slope growing into the sacred wasteland, home of celestials, bird folk, and originally halflings, as well as the scars of divine warfare. And Ilim Yanpala, that sounds very Finnish. Those weird little askews, well, I'm guessing you've never seen one and never will. Take one into an exchange station and they will quite literally think you're messing with them. But yeah, that's some info for you. Yeah, that was a lot of not very useful information, all in all. He has been factual. He has been long-winded. Nice rant about coinage. I'm learning so much. Thank you. You talk a lot. I cannot in good conscience say that to this poor guy. What's up, gnomes? That last name is a Finnish word? Yeah, it does sound like it. I'm learning so much. He nods and grins. Economy, you know, messy and fun. That's all I have to ask about stocks. Hope you learned something, cleric. Sure did. This is such an insane conversation tree, by the way. You want to know what it means in English? Sure. What about alignment? Ah, yes. The overrules of morality. Jesus. The overrules of morality. In Estonian, it would almost be ice street. Ice cube. Oh, it literally means ice cube. That's funny. So we know the Ilims are elves. Isn't the Ilim where the elves are, or used to be? I think we talked about them with the forests earlier. Finnish people are elves. Noted. Ah, yes, the overrules of morality. Norvik does not moralize over alignment, officially. Alignment, an esoteric effect which brands each creature on the coast with one of 9 labels on 2 axes. Lawful to chaotic and good to evil. It is debated exactly who or what determines the parameters within this effect. Spells like detect alignment are capable of parsing this effect. Elvish was modeled after Finnish? Really? I did not know that. Nor do most of the city-states across the coast. Why don't we look up all the evil folk? And you being a devil are, you know... But why? I mean, this is a pretty good question. If you can determine who's evil with almost certainty, why would you not look everyone up? Because, I guess, that's not how it works, right? Pre-crime, not a thing. It would be too easily corruptible. Lead to too many problems, yada yada. And you being a devil are, you know, yes, you're evil. Oh yes, indeed. It's pretty easy to, it is pretty easy to spot. He flaps his wings. It can be pretty discriminatory at times. People assume I have their worst interest in mind just because I'm ontologically evil. You don't have their worst interest in mind? People can be so short-minded. So you don't have their worst interest in mind? Look, evil is not some objective thing. it is entirely internal and aligned with yours subjective opinion. There are good people who ruin the world and evil folk who do their best to maintain it. That's the deal. I mean, I guess so, yeah. I mean, I see the point. That, you know, inherently our actions are what determine our impact on the world, not some arbitrary alignment that is certainly based on some form of subjectivity. I do agree with that. Although, I mean, well, it's a bit different because the real world doesn't have esoteric alignments that you can detect with magic. Like, I can't just look at someone and be like, that person's evil. So, as real-life humans, the only thing we can evaluate is people's actions and their effects. Which also implies a little bit of subjectivity, obviously. Dark enough outside? I don't know. You can't? No, I can't. I have to look at people's actions. The only way. Okay, is it gonna rain? I have to look at that. Okay, it appears that it might not rain. The sun's down. Can't tell if it's really dark or not yet. I'm gonna wait another 30 minutes. But yeah, it's interesting. I like that the game sort of addresses the limitations of a system like D&D style alignment. I always thought it was a little bit I don't know what word would be most appropriate. Limited? What does the law have to say on resurrections? That's one hell of a question. Is that is that supposed to be not a pun, but a wordplay? He smirks for a while. Higher tier resurrections aren't illegal, they're just not available anymore. The act of returning a dead person back to life, there are many spells that do this, from a weak Revivify to the legendary True Resurrection. Revivify is a 3rd level necromancy spell. If used within 60 seconds of death and the body isn't to ruin, the target is brought back to life. And True Resurrection is a 9th level legendary spell capable of bringing anyone dead back to life, if you believe the legends. There are many different tales with different takes on the restrictions, but generally you cannot use it on a creature that has been dead for over 200 years. Okay, now my thought is... True, I believe... Okay, I do have a feeling that this can use True Resurrection on me. Somehow. And part of me also wonders how long I've been dead before I was resurrected. Because the game doesn't really give you a, you know, a timeline of when you died in the river. And since we can't see our character's skin or anything, maybe we're all decrepit and rotten under there. Yeah. Does this game use some pre-established D&D setting? I don't think so. It uses a lot of like D&D, like races, rules, basic stuff, right? But it still seems to be a homebrew campaign, like location and everything. That's how it feels to me, at least. But I'm not an expert. Yeah. Facehugger, thank you for 47 months. 1 more month to 4 years. That is true. So much time has passed. Can you imagine, Facehugger? How many more vinyls do you have now compared to when you first found this channel? Hope you've been well, Facehugger. Thank you for the many, many months. Facehugger will be remembered. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised. That would mean that Viskin is a really powerful being, right? But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened. A proper true resurrection, which seems to be pretty rare, even legendary. So, yeah. I'm up to 3,289, so around 2,000. That's a lot of that's a lot of fucking vinyls over 4 years. Yeah. Well, good for you. You are building a true collection in the strictest sense of the word. And I'm sure people will enjoy it long after you're gone. It's a little dark, but something to be said about curating a nice collection that will outlast you. We bought about 50 last month. I cannot imagine having that amount of disposable income. But I'm happy for you. There's a handful of known divine resurrection spells. Since the death of Earth, there have been no documented instances of successful resurrection above 3rd level. Not available anymore, right? Not available? What about low-level resurrections? Does a murder still count if the victim is resurrected? Ooh, that's an interesting thought. I mean, obviously it does, I would guess. Are you legally considered alive after a resurrection? Does death absolve your crimes? All some very interesting... This feels... Okay, this is funny because it feels like the sort of, you know, like 3 a.m. drunk post D&D session sort of questions you would ask with your friends. You know, like you've had a good D&D sessions with your friends, then you've eaten, been drinking, and you're just sitting on the couch post session, just having random thoughts, and you start wondering about the rules of a world where resurrection is a thing, and some of those things come up, and you're like, huh, I wonder. Does it end your marriage? That's another good question, yeah. It's like, how does, you know, then if your spouse dies, are you still, you have to seek a divorce anyway? Because if it holds, if the marriage holds because resurrection is a thing, how long does it last? Since, you know, technically people can be resurrected for 200 years. Oh, Facer, I think we were talking about... I think Fence was talking about resurrection. Fence is actually talking about the stream. You're still talking about your collection. I don't, but I don't smoke or drink and waste money on takeaways. Well, yeah. Still, I don't smoke, I don't drink. I do spend a little bit of money on takeaways or like ordering out, right? Something I should stop. But still, even then, like that amount of disposable income is impressive to me. But hey, when you like something, you know, I get it. Absolutely get it. I would do the same. Sift through thrift store. Decent tongue twister. Sift through thrift stores. Sift through thrift stores. Ugh. What do you mean, not available? Figured a cleric would know better than me, but... He says and shrugs. Spells over 4th or 5th are rarely seen these days. You want to know why? Go pray. Oh, shit! Your god grants you magic. In his wisdom, he only grants higher power when needed. In your lifetime, it has not been needed a lot. After Earth died, it's been a bit hard for even the top-ranking clerics to manage higher-tier magic. At least if you believe the rumors at the towers, which you should. I like this idea of gods granting magical power only to the extent that it is needed. And so since there hasn't been a need for that much power, then it's just, yeah, doesn't really exist anymore. What about low-level resurrections? There's Revivify. That's it. Does a murder still count if the victim is resurrected? He thinks about the question for a bit. There's been cases. Heard of a man stabbed in a bar fight. He bled out just in time for a drunk cleric to arrive, cast Revivify, and the bloke lived. The stabber ended up being charged with a major transgression of personal well-being. And that's not murder per se, but I'd argue that it had more to do with the fellow's barrister making it clear to the judiciaries there was no killing intent. So not an accident, but not a murder, just a brawl gone too far. But that would be a hard sell if the victim wasn't breathing. A complex scenario, something clerics often have to contend with. But in most cases, I'd say yes. So don't go around murdering folk and revivifying them, cleric. I wasn't planning on it. It would be a waste of a spell slot, yes. And evil. But also a little bit funny. Very funny. Wouldn't be kind of funny. Would be kind of funny, but, you know, don't. I'm glad Charisma and Dexterity agree with Braxo. I love how this is like a very clear example of how every skill has a specific personality. Are you legally considered alive after a resurrection? Yes, for all intents and purposes, you are alive. Undeath, on the other hand, would be a very different affliction. Necromancy is not just undeath, but all undeath is necromancy. And how is that defined? How is it different? Right, only an animated corpse without a soul would be considered illegal. Undeath type necromancy. Animated corpse without a soul would be considered illegal undeath. I'm gonna ask instead of trying to affirm. And how is that defined? As long as the necromancy is considered of divine origin and the soul is returned to a healthy body, then it is considered a normal resurrection. If the origin is more black magic shit, as they say, or some kind of corpse animation, then it would be considered as a bodily sacrilege. Now it has me wondering, and again, I'm just like purely in the speculatory territory, but has me wondering if maybe that's some kind of nonsense that happened in Viskin's lair, and what, you know, what if our soul is not the one that, you know, we're inhabiting the body of a cleric, but our soul comes from a different place? What if there's some shenanigans there? I don't know. That would be an interesting little thing. Like, a lot of this conversation feels like it could be foreshadowing in many ways. So, and that's a top-tier criminal offense. How top is it? Good, then I'm alive. How top is it? Oh, it's up there. Does death absolve your crimes? Now you're asking the real questions. But no, it does not. There's been actual laws signed in old kingdoms over this shit. He leans in, looking excited. So, classic story. Alright. A real bad guy is caught murdering his neighbor. Real sick shit. He's executed after a quick trial. Justice wins again, everyone's happy. But surprise, some holy man raises him up a couple of months later. Death and rebirth. In this situation, the bad guy did technically pay for his crimes. His life was taken by the state. Just because somebody gave it back to him doesn't change that fact, right? Well, people weren't too happy with that, as you can imagine. Thus, the common legal term these days for capital punishment is DIP. I mean, before clicking DIP, I think the part here is that the punishment should be the permanence of death, right? Instead of the actual act of getting killed. I think the permanence is is really the punishment. I think that makes a lot of sense. So if you get resurrected, you technically haven't paid your, for your crime. Anyway, DIP, death in perpetuity. Yeah, there you go. The permanence aspect of it. Stands for death in perpetuity. Kind of funny when you think about it. I mean, I think it makes total sense. I'm absolutely in agreement with that. One death is enough, I think. I follow the law. Makes total sense. It does. The city of Norvik might be a bit of bureaucratic mess at times, but believe me, the lawkeepers know their shit. So, to keep criminals DIP'd, most states tend to hide, lock up, or simply burn corpses and spread the ashes using non-resurrectable methods. So, a properly DIP'd dead guy shouldn't be able to return without the use of some miraculous 9th level spell, which obviously these days isn't too likely. I'm starting to, again, wonder if there's some foreshadowing there. Freezing convicts where they didn't maintain consciousness is silly. That's the plot of Demolition Man, isn't it? It is, yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting question, right? Your punishment is being cryo-freezed for like 100 years or something. It's like, okay. I don't feel like I'm really paying the price of anything. I'm not going to be conscious. And then suddenly I wake up and my crime is paid for. And I'm in the future. If I'm smart, I'm investing a little bit of money in some safe, bank account. And then maybe I just take a little nap for a few 100 years. And then I wake up a rich man. But the inflation... Well, yeah. That's the thing, right? Is your investment gonna beat inflation? Seems unlikely these days, but who knows? Depends if your people, if you like your people or not. Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Altered Carbon 2? Oh man, I need to continue watching that show. I've only watched the first episode and I really like it. I really liked it. I watched it when I was playing, Cyberpunk. But never returned to it. I would need to watch it again. And watch the rest of it. That's all I wanted to ask about resurrections. All very interesting conversations, really. What about Charm Person? Charm Person! Such a fascinating spell. Of course, all spellcasters are required to be registered in Norvik. It's the same in all not completely chaotic city-states. There are certain spells that just are not allowed at all, like Fireball as a popular example. A third-level evocation spell causes fire to emerge at a given point, spreading within a 20-foot radius, filling up available space. But Charm Person is, despite its devilish mind control, legal, if it is cast by a registered cleric or city hire interrogating mage. Private entities are not allowed to learn or cast it, although I can promise you many still do. Can I cast it on you? People don't tend to like when I cast Charm Person on them. Good to know. People don't tend to like when I cast Charm Person on them. That's understandable. Folk tend to not to enjoy agency. Free will, you know? It's pretty popular. But if you ask me, it's overrated. People don't know what's best for them. You know what? I'm not gonna say anything about this. Because if I speak... Oh, man. But I sure do have opinions on that. Free will is usually less free than people think anyways. Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree. I'm pretty deterministic in my nature. I do feel very often that agency is an illusion and that everything we do is just the consequences of what happens before. There's only one action. Maybe, hypothetically, at the beginning of existence. Everything else is reaction. I do believe in that quite a bit. I don't think it matters, because I think that the illusion of free will is, you know, a part of our human nature, right? Like, we are making decisions and we are responsible for our actions as defined by common language. So I don't think, you know, I don't think we can look at the world in under the lens of it's all reaction. We're not really responsible for anything, because that would be chaos, right? But I do, like, philosophically believe in that very much. You're not accounting for quantum uncertainty, which introduces true randomness in the universe. Well, maybe I'm not accounting for it because I don't really believe in it. Maybe I believe that quantum uncertainty is only uncertain because we haven't fully understood it yet. And that if we did, it wouldn't feel random. I don't know. I am not an expert, obviously. But the existence of quantum uncertainty itself is due to the act of existence starting to exist. Or existing, if we assume it's a constant, which it very well might be. So I don't know. Yeah, get that. Cool, I get that. I don't think... Here's the thing. I don't think the randomness matters, though. It is still something that happens and has an effect. I am not convinced it has an effect on an observer's decision making, if that makes sense. Like, my action is still a consequence of something that happens before. And it was always going to be the same. I think I've made a decision, but in reality, I was always going to make the same decision. As long as I can't literally have both outcomes happen at the same time in the same context, I cannot prove that I would have made another decision. I could have made another decision, rather. So even if then something random happens as a result of that choice, it doesn't really change anything. my process of decision making is still based on something that has happened. It happens after the randomness point, if we assume that there's one, right? And to reduce that to a very simple example, roll a dice, it hits 1 or 2, right? Obviously, that's not true randomness. It's dependent on the roll of the die and the physics involved, right? Not true randomness. But let's just imagine that it's truly random. My reaction to the result is still happening in after the fact, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Perhaps it's the other way around. Understanding itself always seems to explain everything via cause-effect relation, but as we know from human count, this might be a characteristic of reason and not reality. Yeah. Or as we say, as we say, us dumb common mortals, hindsight is 2020. But still, that doesn't change. I don't feel like that changes the, you know, the idea that free will might just be an illusion. Meaning parts of the brain are not 100% deterministic. But then, if those parts of your brain were involved in decision making and there's randomness involved, is that free will? Because arguably it is not. Arguably it is just, oh, well, it's just, you're just making a random decision under the guise of conscious reasoning, right? I don't know. Perhaps the drunk said, I don't think I am. That's funny to me. Not the worst philosophically themed joke I've ever seen. Congrats. Yeah, no, I understand that it's from Descartes. Je pense, donc je suis. Alright, I think it's time. I'm gonna go open my window before we ask questions about the PPG. Alright, let's do that. Gonna be back in 20 seconds. Just opening the window. I'll be right back. I need to make sure that I get out of the game first. There you go. Don't move a muscle. I will be literally right back. All right. Woo. Feels like it's gonna rain a little bit, which would be very annoying, because then I would have to close the window. And I really don't want to do that. Okay, it seems a bit uncertain. God, I hope it's not gonna rain. Tomorrow is gonna be much colder, which I'm excited for. Yeah, maybe at 3 a.m. some little rain. I think I'm like I said yesterday, I'm just gonna let it rain inside. I think I'll just let it rain inside. Put some towels on the ground or something. All right. I have some questions about a PPG. Permission of public gathering, yeah. I think I know what you're getting at. It throws a look over his shoulder. He is aware of the dwarf's plight. Man, I could have done something about this. Fuck. Maybe I could have helped them in another way. I was just in such a... That's an interesting thought. Maybe sometimes you don't want to resolve things too quickly. What would you look for if you're investigating a PPG? Wording, legalese can be pretty complicated, and a good barrister could twist that stuff into oblivion. Other than that, I'd check the basics, names, spelling, dates. A single lithographic error can cause a landslide of troubles. The Asgard dwarves got an expired PPG. Expired, huh? Strange. Why is that strange? Just seems like such a strange mistake. Asgaldists are known for many things, but making a mistake like that ain't one of them. I don't know, it just seems strange. Though if the dwarf got an expired document, they should leave. They have no legal right to be there. I wonder if we had not, I mean, maybe not, maybe there was nothing to do, but I wonder if we could have, like, have him help us in that regard. What's a PPG? The imp takes a deep breath. A permission of public gathering is a legal document showing the intent of the magistrate of a certain district to allow an individual of a party represented by that individual to gather in a public place, such as a town square, street, or city tunnel, to perform, protest, exclaim, fraternize, or any other non-commercial activity. Very detailed, thank you. Can I have a PPG? Not for me, ask Darrow. Nicholas Darrow, chosen magistrate of Tolstad, a man known for little else than being the great-grandson of Borgo Darrow, the legendary right-hand man of Earth. Borgo Darrow was the first paladin of Earth, founded the Earth Guard, as well as the illustrious Darrow bloodline. Known for his bravery and inability to be damaged in battle, died of a heart attack at age 40. His passing is used as an example of the importance of aging men to keep track of cardiovascular diseases. That's so funny. Dude was literally immortal in battle, invincible in battle, and it just dies of a heart attack at 40. The irony is beautiful. Or maybe don't, unless you've got some really important message to deliver to the people. Okay. Darrow who? Magistrate of Tolstad. He's in charge here, basically. Arguably. He says the quiet part out loud for comedic effect. How long does it take to get a PPG? A week, depending on your contacts and your pouch. Okay, so we wouldn't have been able to help the orcs, the dwarves anyway, I don't think. That's all about the PPG. I'm getting hungry. Should get a snack soon. Stares off into the distance. Oh, you were saying? You hear about the tea shop? Yeah, of course. Pretty hard to miss when flying past Tolstad. What's your take? It blew up. Not sure what else you want to hear. Why do you think it blew up? Honestly, you haven't seen a blast zone like that since the Coast War. And you didn't hear this from me, but the little fellow trusts you. He is your friend. The fact that this is a failure has me doubting this statement, but... The scorch marks look like those from a fireball, but not the kind you get from a trigger-happy pit fiend. We're talking high-level wizard stuff. I wonder how I would feel about this if we didn't know if it was a failure or a success. Like, what if it just told you the actual roll you made? Like, oh, you got a 12. But it doesn't tell you if it's a failure or a success in any way. No sound, no nothing. And then you just have to be like, I know I rolled a 12. I'm not sure if the information I'm getting is believable. Obviously, I think the game uses the fact that you know if it's a failure or not for both comedic effect and just like general just like narrative structure. But I think it would be interesting if you didn't really know, because like in a real game of D&D, you don't really know. I think, well, it depends on the DM, I guess. But I like the idea that for immersion, you roll and you don't really know if it's a success or a failure. You just get one result and that's it. That's what you know. Scorch marks look like those from a fireball, but not the kind you get from a trigger happy pit fiend. We're talking high-level wizard stuff. So it's funny because earlier when he was mentioning a fireball and we read the description of the fireball, I was thinking, I was like, I wonder if that's foreshadowing to what happened to the tea shop. Looks like it might be. Pit fiends are known to cast third-level fireballs at will. Be careful, cleric. Powerful forces are at work here. Thinking about it for a few more seconds makes it clear to me that it's all a big cover-up. Wouldn't be the first time a city-trained spellcaster goes a little off the hinge. Okay, I'm calling it now. We are the one who blew up the tea shop. I have a feeling I'm the one who's responsible for blowing it up. And then somehow that led me to death. To cover my tracks, maybe, or something. I don't know. Yeah. I'm investigating my own crime. That's always an interesting trope, I think. Slander. The city does not train people to explode. Okay, strength. Other than that, not to be self-incriminating or anything, but could be a fiend or an elemental. I mean, Waterlane has shipments from Kargamesh every other month. Maybe a fire elemental slipped through? Who knows? It can be a cover-up. The city is honorable. I think it's a rogue spellcaster. A fiend, huh? Evil elementals on the loose. I think it's a rogue spellcaster. It's the simplest answer. Occam's razor, right? Yeah. But I'd suggest having a chat with the owner of the tea shop. Who knows what feathers were ruffled, huh? Gives you an ominous chuckle. Ruffled feathers added. New quest! Let's go. Citizen, nod and leave. Alright, alright, alright. Where's this one? Here. The owner of the tea shop is unaccounted for. Locate this birdman and find out what he knows. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at that. Esoteric pocket watch. This silver line timepiece never shows the correct time of the day. It is always at least 10 hours out of alignment, no matter how anyone tries to correct it. At a touch, you can feel the faint magic pulsating within. The wielder gains a greater perception of esoteric happenings and occurrences within 200 feet. Advantage in esoteric events. That's why the wall... That's why we had advantage at the wall. And it did nothing. Great. Oh man, I only have 17 crowns. Extorting the fiend for a few coins would actually have been pretty good. Hello again, cleric. Can I help you? He's not exactly happy to speak with you, but he is happy to gain your favor. Okay, we can't go back to the attempted extortion, so yeah. Sadly, I can't trifle with him. That's the first character in the game that I can't trifle with, I think. I wonder if it's because he's higher on the thing and I can't access him. Yeah, only. For some reason I thought I had like 40 or something. I don't know why I thought that, but it would have been nice to get a few more coins. Oh well. Water under the bridge. At least we didn't make anyone mad. Maybe he would have been mad and would have been so helpful. I mean, it wasn't that helpful, but we learned a few things. I love that so far this is like the reverse kind of disco. Most of the items I found actually lower my stats instead of increasing them. What's up, Spoonium? What's up, Rasta? He's naked. Where would his belongings be? I mean, he does have a pouch. Not a pouch, a messenger bag. So most likely in there. Alright, so there's... Oh. Holy crap, how am I supposed to see this? What the hell? A shard. Nice. Shard of yore. I do have 3 now. Okay, I do... How many checks do I have? 4? 3. I have 3 unlockable checks. It does beg the question if I want to do a short rest or not. What's up, Egg? How's the game going? It's great. It is really good. It scratches the disco itch in a really good way. I'm gonna interact with that first. Something's inside this old vase. Hey, 7 crowns. See, and we don't have to steal it from anyone. Love that for us. I now have 24. I have no clue how much that means. Like, I don't have a sense of how much things are gonna cost. So, oh, what is happening here? It is very strange that I can't interact with that body. I don't know if someone's dead. I don't know if someone's sleeping, taking a little nap in the shade. In Norvik, a pipe like this could lead anywhere. Oh, God. What are you thinking for next game? I am not sure. Obviously, at some point, Mass Effect 2, but it depends how quickly we're done with this one. If we're going straight into Mass Effect 2 or if I'm playing something else in between. We'll see. I don't know. Shiny. Hey, another shard of yore. Okay, first of all, let me interact with this. A divine shrine. Untended for decades. Prepare spells. I think we're good on that, right? Yeah. Let's pray. I think he suggested, the devil suggested we pray to think about tranquility. The tea shop owner. Was it that? I'm not sure anymore. Contemplate the tea shop owner. A bird folk on the run. His shop is in ruins. What sort of business did he conduct here? Yeah, I mean, the fact that the tea shop owner is nowhere to be found, that's a little suspicious. It does beg the question, what exactly happened there? Is it an insurance fraud attempt? Huh? Could be. Finish your prayer. You do so. I'm done here. Alright, let's interact with the pipe now. And what is this? Overgrown, ancient, sort of interesting. Overgrown, ancient, sort of interesting. Alright, let's interact with this first. You look down at the pipe. Crawl inside. Now. Oh, man, I don't know about that. If you had a smaller companion, you would be able to ask them to crawl inside, perhaps. I'm not going to crawl inside. Try to enter the pipe. I'm done here. What's up, Legends? That does not seem like a reasonable, safe thing to do. Side. Your gut tells you otherwise. That's funny. The formatting. Your gut tells you otherwise. You know, okay, hold on. Not right now. I might try, but first, let me interact with this. Garden monument. Embedded in the earth, you find weather-bitten stone in the shape of a spiral. Its edges are worn down, smooth almost, and behind you lies the head of what was once a snail statue. Whatever god of symbolism this once denoted, time has grounded down. It is a monument to nothing now. There is something here, but can you understand it yet? Its purpose. Are you liking the game so far? It's great. Yeah. Definitely scratches the disco itch. Love that. Touch the surface. What's with the snail stuff? Tell me your secrets. Touch the surface. It is cold. Your hands run across the stone, finding it more coarse than you thought. The ridges in the spiral are even smoother. You find they are not at all coarse. You realize this was most certainly an esoterically constructed art piece. What's more, you do feel the outline of a script, symbols. Your fingers trace them faintly along the spiral shell of the snail. The symbols do not mean anything to you. If you had comprehend languages, you could understand the script just by touching it. Comprehend language is a first level spell allowing you to understand the literal meaning of spoken and written words. Okay, it seemed like I think that's the second time that comprehend language is brought up. I would really like to find it. What's with the snail stuff? Norvik is built upon layers and layers of ruins. One of those layers, one of the oldest, were a snail folk. Thus, you will surely find many of these snail symbols and spiral shapes around the city. Okay. Tell me your secrets. No response. Tell me your secrets, damn it! Punch the monument. Your fist makes contact with the hard surface. A crack follows, along with a shooting pain up your arm and spreading through your fingers. Oh, fuck. This is very much a kick the mailbox kind of situation. The crack came from the rock. Oh. I thought that was my fingers. But no, the crack came from the rock. Lifting your fist, you realize you've left a minor crack in the surface. Nod. You're alright, rock. You're alright. Shake your head. It's not fair. You're alright, rock. You're alright. The rock stares at you menacingly, but a piece of it fell off from your violent act. Pick up the shard. Hey, shard of yore. You put it in your pouch. Wait, you damaged it? With your fist? This stone is very brittle. Nod and leave. Yeah. Can I keep punching it? For more shards? This is fine. Leave it alone. No, I don't have a choice. Okay. Okay, so we have Snell over here, who's the only goblin we can interact with, and we could do a behold dexterity check. And then goes underground, which I'm wondering if that's... What is this again? A dank smell from below. This leads like under the bridge, yes? Hmm. And then this, the map looks so pretty. It is, yeah. Hand drawn kind of thing. I like it. Very cool. In general, I think the art of this game is wonderful. This is Pillars Crossing. Okay, okay. Yeah, the art, the music, all very, very solid. Okay, I'm gonna try to interact with this. I'm gonna sort of like finish this level of the garden, and then we'll decide if we go... Ooh, what is this guy doing? I'm worried that this is gonna... yeah, you know what? Let's see what happens. Don't be afraid to make interesting choices in life, right? Crawl inside now. Try to enter the pipe. You get down on your knees in the dirt and put your helmed face into the entrance of the pipe. I love that it goes black. This is so funny. Like simulating the fact that I'm putting my head inside it. You can't seem to get further without immense force. Enter the hole. Okay, suddenly random Junji Ito type situation. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I've read the story. I've seen the outcome. I'm not sure anything that reminds me of Junji Ito is a good thing to pursue. I don't know. Hey, you know what? Let's maybe give it a try. Let's see what happens if we are given a choice. The diameter of the pipe is not wide enough to support your body, even with no armor and or added friction, lowering substances. Oh god. Push forward, and there's a dexterity check that is 19, and I have -1. Meaning I only a natural 20 does anything good for me there. What happens if I say push forward? You press your entire body towards the entrance of the pipe. Oh god, it's lowering the DC. Oh my god. I don't know if I should be doing this. This is like cave diving type shit, right? What's that one called again? The Nutella cave? The Nutty Putty. Yeah. Nutty Putty cave. Yeah. Yeah, right, Colette? This is a fucking cave diving situation. I immediately thought of you when I saw where this was going. Man, I hate that my curiosity is pushing me to do it. Try to wiggle your shoulders together. Wiggle your what? Yes! Compress! You press your entire body towards the entrance of the pipe. Make a squealing noise. That should help. The screech echoes down into the pipe, surely scaring any dangerous creature lurking in the darkness. Roar. Roar into the darkness. Don't keep this going. You'll hurt yourself. I mean, okay, that check is getting lower. You squealed. You're a squealer. Okay. Listen. Junji Ito intensifies for sure. Yeah. Hey, I've learned that about myself now. I'm a squealer. Make a final push. Oh no. Oh no. What is... Okay, what is happening? DC 20 failure? That is insane. As you press hard as you can, you first hear something snapping. Then the pain follows. Yes, that was something in your back. Snapping. Great job. It's fine. We have HP to spare. It's time to end this, says Wisdom. Your strength is used against you. Don't do that again. Hey. You pushed all the way. It is a 13 DC dexterity check now. It's not so bad. We need a 14. Or, well, yeah, a 14 or above. Which, if I'm not mistaken, means we have a 35% chance of succeeding. We've seen worse. I don't know. Here's the thing. Even if we succeed, I am not entirely sure that's the direction I want to go. Right? Like I don't know where this is going. I do like a structured approach. Maybe, what if I could take a screenshot of that without attempting it? And just be aware that there's this thing I can do, right? Yeah, I feel like this would be unreasonable. I don't know where this is going to lead. I have no good reason to do this outside of just my sheer curiosity, which I don't think is a very good motivator. Curiosity kills the cat, as they say. I am not a cat, but I do not wish to die. I'm going to take a screenshot of that one, and I'm going to come back to it later, I think. That's what the guy said in Naughty Pub. Yeah, no, see, that's sort of like where my thought process is going is... you know... This hole clearly wasn't made for me. So let's not... Yeah, let's give up. You sigh and stand up. Smart move, albeit a bit late. The hole is made for you, yet you do not fit. Strange. It should solve all of the mysteries. Oh well. That is so clearly a Junji Ito reference. I like it. It's not even being subtle about it. I like that. Now I want to do it again. I want to follow constitutions. Constitution... Never mind. Auto-saving. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's finish. I should at least talk to that guy, and then I have to decide if I want to go down or if I want to go up. Let me talk to this guy first. But first, behold. Who are you, Snell? Dude, my average roll in this playthrough so far is insane. I am defeating all the odds right now. Is a goblin from the forest? I don't know what forest means here. This goblin gets shit done, no matter the odds. Well, that's great. Well, maybe he can help us then. Because our odds are very bad. I need someone who's capable of doing the work. Can I hire you, Snell? Can I? Oh, wait, hold on. Can I hire you to enter that pipe over there? You seem small. Oh, maybe I should ask the little devil. Little red guy. Ah, I should have thought about that. I still can, actually. Hold on. Hello again, cleric. Can I help you? Ah. I was hoping there would be a, you know, can you enter that pipe for me over there? Rifle. He has Snell's notepad. +1 dex, +1 charisma, -2 strength. And it's only a DC 7 to steal it? Okay, in any reasonable situation, I'd be like, that's pretty good. But with my odds so far... it feels insurmountable. Yeah, I mean, that'd be nice. I don't care about my strength anyway. So getting extra dex and charisma would be pretty cool. I'm not gonna steal shit from people. I'm not that guy. Let's engage. You find a goblin standing at the tip of Tolstad. His clothes are fit for a Reedsian trader, and his haircut is fit for an Ascani nobleman, a superficial fellow. Behind him, a vast view of the mouth of River Torna. Let me guess, you're the cleric. He seems... the little snippet of sound there makes it seem like he has a deeper voice than I expected. Ooh. Very Stranger Things. I don't know if you guys hear it. But to me, very Stranger Things, this music. I can imagine this in one of the quiet moments when the crew's together and they're just having a good time, you know? What a track. Ooh. Yeah. This is my favorite track of the game so far. It has a Brian Eno quality to it that I really like. I like the bass that's added now. I don't know if it was there on the first loop, but there was like a deeper... yeah, there, boom, deeper bass, right? What a beautiful track. Oh, please don't end. Loop. Forever. Aw. Start again? Damn it. Yeah, favorite track of the soundtrack so far. Love it. Let me guess, you're the cleric. Taking you for granted, this goblin needs to learn humility. Oh, it's starting again. Let's go. Yeah, it doesn't have the big bass behind it, I think. Yeah. Hold on. If it happens, it's now. Nope. Yeah. There's a bass that's added in the second loop of the track that makes it so much deeper. I love it. I made up a little bit of a variation there, but hold on, listen, the bass. Soon. Four. Is it coming now? Yeah. Lovely. How's the die treating us so far? Not very well. We've been rolling low and consistently. It's bad. Yes, I am the cleric. That's me. No, I'm not. None of your business. Yes, I am the cleric. That's me. Is this gonna reaffirm me as my class? I don't want to keep affirming that I'm the cleric. I want to affirm that I'm a hero. I was loving that angle. I mean, I guess I am. I am the cleric. That's me. He nods, looking tired and annoyed. You feel a growing pull towards being a cleric. Gain 20 XP. God damn it. I keep pulling further and further towards being a cleric. I can't escape it. I'm fine. Being a cleric is fine. I am Snell, runner and handler of the HWBT. Old lady's been waiting for you. This old lady must be his chieftain, the matriarch of his tribe. Greet the goblin kindly. This is the beginning of a great cultural cooperation and exchange. Squat down. Hello, goblin. I am from the local government. I love how you can introduce yourself with that every time. Nice to meet you, Snell. Perform a traditional goblin salute. Is that... Okay, hold on. I have to think about this. Is it rude, like cultural appropriation or something, to do like a traditional goblin salute as a human? I don't know. I feel like squatting down to say hello to him is extremely condescending. Let's go. Nice to meet you, Snell. Perform a traditional goblin salute. You raise your arm into the air, as one should when greeting an uncivilized tribal goblin. That's not what I was going for. I got tricked. That is not what I was going for. What the fuck are you doing? Cleric, what are you doing? Shake your hands a little, not feeling it. Jazz head, not feeling it? Don't you understand? I'm respecting your culture, goblin. Lower your hands. I'm sorry. I'm respecting your culture. I'm gonna shake my hands and say not feeling it. Yet I'm gonna double down. I'm gonna just embrace the awkward. Option 3 has sorry cop energy. Yep. Dum, dum, dum. Shake your hands a little, not feeling it. Alright, shake your hands a little, not feeling it? The goblin does not respond, nor does he raise his own arms. Instead, he simply stares at you. His expression speaks of pain. Oh! That one hurt. Please, cleric, stop it. You feel great shame. Scouring your mind, it becomes clear that it becomes clear to you that goblins, in fact, do not have a cultural salute. What you do remember, however, is a salute from an old Earthfolk play, wherein goblins were played by green-painted humans who ran around with their arms in the air. See, intelligence, that would have been nice to know before I did that. God damn it. Oh no. Not a fan of that play. I'm just gonna lower my arms. The goblin clears his throat. The goblin looks around, clearly struggling to find the right words. Sleep deprived, maybe? Okay, right. Head down to the garden throne, but he waves his claw towards you. What's all this? You look like a human shit. You've been floating around in the banks of the river. Your uniform shows it. He's making a playful jab. Don't worry about it. Hey, I mean, after I insulted him, I think it's only fair for him to insult me. The gall! You should teach him a lesson. Whatever you do, you mean? Whistle. I fell into the river. I died and was reborn. None of your concern, goblin. I fell into the river. He gives a shocked laugh. Wait, really? It's fine. Somebody fished me up. No, it was a joke. No, it's fine. Somebody fished me up. Huh. Lucky you, I suppose. Just dust yourself off. The dragon's waiting, and trust me, you do not want to disappoint her. Even further. Okay, wisdom. Is she spooky? I'm not afraid of her. Tell me more about this lady. Okay, lead me to her. Move on. Is she spooky? Yeah, real scary. Insult her and she'll bat your head off. Then she'll scorch your corpse to dust. A jest, I'm sure. He laughs and crosses his arms. But seriously, she will fuck you up if you annoy her. Not a jest. That's funny. I'm not afraid of her. Famous last words. Tell me more about this lady. Sure, for starters, she's the most powerful woman in Norvik. And considering there was an explosion yesterday right in the middle of her territory, I think it's about time you do your damn job, cleric. Okay, lead me to her. Good, but just to make it perfectly clear, some ground rules. Don't say anything stupid. Okay, I cannot promise that. Don't climb the trees. Stay away from edges. And, he grins, showing off his polished fangs. Enjoy the garden, cleric. The goblin scurries down the stairs. Seems to be in a hurry. He is nervous. That makes you nervous. Your body trembles. You look out over the river. The cold Ascani wind seeps through the cracks of your helmet. Follow him down the stairs. You do so with great stride. Yeah, sure. Leave. So it would seem that the correct move now would be go down and meet her. I want to be her? Wait, you want to be terrifying and snaps people's heads off? Is that the implication? Hold on, before we go down there. My HP is becoming dangerously low. Cure wounds. A creature you touch regains a number of hit points equal to 1 plus your wisdom ability modifier. Can I cast that on myself? Or should I just have a rest so I can fix? Let's maybe try Cure Wounds. Cast Cure Wounds using a level 1 spell slot. Yes. Hey! Full HP. Look at us. That was 11 HP. My wisdom modifier is going to make this extremely valuable. It's like the minimum roll we can get is a 6, basically. So, that's pretty great. And we do have a bunch of incense, should we run out of spells. So, that's pretty good too. Okay, before I go down, I do want to take a look at this. An empty barrel. Hey, 8 crowns. 32 total. See? No need to steal from people. The rough letters spell out Our Lady's apartment. I can climb this, right? Such a sneaky staircase. Nice find. Thank you. Dexterity. Huh. Leads us all the way there. I don't know if I want to go over there now. Although... yeah, I don't want to... This seems like another whole area. I think we should go speak to the chieftain first. I do want to be a little bit methodical with this. Another empty barrel. 8 crowns. We're up to 40. I now have the amount of coins I thought I had at the beginning of the day. Old faded posters nailed to the wall. They're unreadable. How about these? Actually readable posters. They're still kind of old. Let's engage with that. Posters. Your eyes land upon a series of papers nailed to the wooden facade. Getting out information to people. How do you do it? One possible way. Papers nailed on random walls. You'd be surprised how effective it can be. Some of them are torn or unintelligible. A few catch your attention. You should rip them to shred. That'd be fun. What? I hate strength. Strength is my least favorite ability so far. Whether it's a success or a failure, I'm always annoyed. Look at the flyer with the owl on it. Look at the old one saying grand opening. Look at the poster with a faded green hammer. Rip down the posters and tear them to shreds like a good man. Let's look at the flyer with the owl on it. S. Yellen and Sons, binders and lithographers. Everything from designing to engraving. Account, books, manufacturing, Waterlane View 6th, LW. Okay, that may be who I need to see for my spellbook. This place could fix your ruined spellbook. Yeah. It's a prayer book, and yes, this place could help with that. Look at the old one saying grand opening. You can barely read the faded lettering on this ink-printed flyer. Grand opening of the Stubborn Sphinx Brewery and Commercial Tavern. Served without riddles, drunk with old charm. Pillar Crossing, 2nd LW. Yesterday or the day before, I think it was 2 streams ago, I checked north a little bit before coming back down because I didn't want to progress too far. And I feel like I saw something that looked like a tavern with a Sphinx symbol on it. Like a sort of a drawing or a painting of a Sphinx. Yeah. By the look of it, this tavern opened at least a year ago, maybe 2. Look at the poster with a faded green hammer. A sun-faded symbol covers most of this large poster. It's a hammer printed with green ink. Asgalists, those who share the plight of the common folk. Gather, ye workers. Asgal said, no gods above, no king below, only folk. Asgalist rally on the 22nd of March. TS, Circle Square, up. Okay. And I'm not gonna read down the posters, so leave. Or should I? Just for the fun of it? I don't know. I don't know what it could do. Could it do anything? I mean, okay, let's think about this. They're pretty old. None of them are really, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Pertinent information anymore. And especially the Asgalist rally one is obviously not happening. Maybe ripping them down is actually not a terrible idea. Let's do it and see what happens. You furiously tear the paper, ripping from their nails and throwing them to the wind. Nod, leave. That did absolutely nothing. Okay. Now the question though is, what do I do with this pipe? Do I try the check? Do I have anything new here? Nope. Your prayer. Yeah, do I wanna try this before? I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to engage with that Junji Ito nonsense. We're down to, yeah, I need 16 or above. And means 35% success rate. Hmm. You know, hmm. It's so hard for me to make a decision when I don't know why I'm making it. You like to know what the stakes are, so to speak. Like, why am I? If I had a goal, right, I'd be like, well, okay, I'm gonna try, see what happens. In this case, the only motivation I have to do it is because Constitution said so. Which, you know what they say, trust your gut, right? I mean, there's a pretty good chance I'm gonna fail anyway. So then at least I don't have to worry about it anymore. I am full HP, so if I fail and I take damage, at least I shouldn't die. You know, the game said earlier that me falling in the river was not an accident because I'm not that clumsy. Based on this, I'm like, I don't think I'm clumsy, but I think I'm maybe a little too curious. And I'm too brave. I'm doing things for no particular reasons that could lead me in big trouble. Yeah, I don't know. Should I trust my gut? Roll inside now. Enter the hole. Like, it seems so insistent. Yeah. If I'm not following my gut, then why did I take Constitution for? Right? Why do I have a high Constitution if I'm not following my gut? I think I'm gonna try. I think I'm gonna try and see what happens. Oh my god, dude. Okay, well, never. I don't know why I was thinking that I was going to do it. I don't know why I fooled myself thinking I had any chance of succeeding on that roll. Suddenly, the pipe gives. You hit a flowing rush of ice cold water as it funnels you forward, then down, then. I actually, okay, we actually, it's funny that failure is getting me through it. Everything is cold and strangely familiar. Oh. Well, your drenched uniform clings to your flesh and the red rock of Tolstad. You are Alive! Get up. You realize where you are, or at the very least, an approximation. Right below the entrance to the Goblin Garden. You're lucky. If you'd gotten swept out to the sea, you'd be, well, dead, for one. Like, completely DIP'd. Well, okay, how do you know that? We survived it once, apparently. I need to get out of here. Leave. Oh, God. What is this nonsense? Oh, my God. Am I gonna have to climb this? Oh, this is not going to go over well. Is it? Oh, what is that? Something in this crack. Hey, a shard of yore. Nice. You could climb these. Probably. Well, it doesn't look like I have much of a choice. +1 hit point. Oh, I was already full. Only way up. Shit. Yes, you must. It's highly dangerous, but it seems to be the only way. If only you remembered how to cast Spider Climb, a level 2 transmutation spell allows the target to move across vertical surfaces with ease and speed by turning their limbs sticky and powerful. You see the silhouette of a goblin up on the ledge? Oh, God. This is so embarrassing. Hey! You need help down there? I don't need your help, goblin. Okay, I need your help, goblin. Scale the wall. Just a second. Gotta check around down here first. Just a second. Gotta check around here first. Oh, another crack. So good. Oh, that was so good. And 3 shards of yore. Nice. The game is reading my mind. Love when that happens. Alright, well. You need help down there? I'm gonna try to scale the wall. Who knows? Maybe I'm gonna nail it. Oh my god, dude. You attempt to get a grip, but your hands simply slip off the wet rock. This is not working. You failed once. Oh! You almost slip off the rock entirely, but you do get another shot. Eh. Look at us. There's a lesson there. You know, you fail and you try again. I don't need your help, goblin. I strongly disagree. I wonder if that would influence the DC. Like, you know, like be really like trust yourself or whatever. Oh. All right, let's see. Oh! Oh my god! We actually rolled above 10. I did not even think that I really thought this die only had 10, you know, sides. I was starting to believe I was making D20 checks with a D10. Steeling yourself and your manly soul, you grip the wet rock. Your right hand, then your left. Place your feet higher up. One step at a time, you slowly pull yourself upwards. Focus. Strengthened. with absolute confidence. Come on, says Snell. Reach! Reach. Just a bit more. With a final push, you make it. Hey. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my post and pretend you didn't just almost die, mister. The goblin walks away without acknowledging you further. That was close. Yeah, that was because of you, Constitution. By the way. You're the one who wanted me to climb down that pipe. Now I wonder what would have happened if he had succeeded. You look down at the pipe. Crawl inside now. Try to enter the pipe again. Shoulders crunched. Body pressed. Limbs wiggling. Snell has given up on lecturing you for now. Slip on through. You squeeze on through, finding a side path. One that doesn't directly lead into the sea. Then you hit a flowing rush of ice-cold water. Then down, then... I was expecting to have another role be given to me and then be able to make a decision whether or not I wanted to push forward. I wasn't given a choice. Oh! I hit the ground. Your flesh is sucked, tumbled, and spat out on the ruinous ground. Oh, now I do a max. Fuck. Okay. First of all, previously, D4 hit 4, D6 hit 6. No, those rolls I'm maxing out. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Thanks, game. Onto the ruinous ground. Around you, a vast surveyed site of a type of divine era temple. Drawn far down in the dungeon below. Oh god. What have I done? What's up, Quasi? Oh, Jesus. I may have made a big mistake. The city below the city. Well... shit. I am now lost. I should have been reasonable and just went to see the... oh, character there. You could hop down there. Oh, okay. What a joy to be lost in a game, truly, but... It also said something about a dungeon, and the beginning of the game told me do not go alone in the dungeon. And I am very alone in the dungeon. Oh, okay. Hold on. Is this a way out? Oh no, I thought the light might be an indication of a way out. It's an actual like lamp. Oh boy. Okay. Something shiny. Hey, money, worth it. Not really. A calendar. It's out of date. Looks like a Mesoamerican calendar, like a Mayan calendar. Embedded upon this altar, you see a circular stone slab. Whoever has worked this survey site in the past has attempted to place it in its natural position. It reminds you of a copper calendar, but far, far older. It is not spinning. It has not spun in a century. Yet, moving your hand closer, you sense it. The faintest hum of esoteric power, pulsing through the glyphs. Come on, Constitution. It is still keeping time, even with its mechanism cracked. Okay, I thought Constitution was gonna lead me down some... It's all Constitution fault that I'm here, by the way. The White Mane Calendar. The various glyphs on the surface denote not a language, but rather sigils, it seems. Decipher the current day. No. Okay. That is no use. It is broken. Oh. Yes. This is a useless piece of technology, if you feel it worthy of such a term. The stone circle alone. Right, well, you glance at the step. 2 meters. These ancient bricks, they could scuff you badly. Look over the survey site. You see a dwarf hearing grunts as he swings a pickaxe at the ruins in the corner. There's no point in having a conversation at this distance. Time to get closer. Won't be a problem, right? Okay. Attempt to step down in a manly stride. It's a DC 6, but disadvantage. An esoteric tingle leads you astray. Or dexterity 6, also at a disadvantage. Attempt to step down in a smarter way. Maybe not right now, yeah. Later. An esoteric tingle. What is that supposed to be? The only thing I can think of is... Is the pocket watch maybe messing with me somehow? Glance at the step. 2 meters. Oh, yeah, that was it. But why, though? Why does the pocket watch sensing something esoteric gives me a disadvantage there? That is very weird. Now, what I could do is put... if I put the bucket on, it then becomes a -1. Oh, hold on. I think I can do better than that. If I put the tattered cloak. Yeah, now I have 10 dexterity because of light crossbow. This should be my best. It's a descent of approximately 50 inches. 2 meters. Yeah, whatever that means. Okay, dexterity. Dexterity is not on board with the metric system. That's how you know that dexterity is silly. The point is, it's not super high. There. Okay, so this is my best shot, is dexterity +0. So I need a 6 or above, which is 75% success. Surely we get a 75% roll, right? I guess the question is, hold on. How do I... There's no way to get out of this, then. I'm gonna have to climb it back up, I guess? Because this seems to be the way out over there, right? Like, there's a door on the top right. You can... Top left, sorry. Oh, that's the... Funny, the pipes where I fell down from. I didn't notice that. Cool. Yeah, let's get down there. Let's try dexterity. And hopefully we don't break our necks. Okay. Success! And like someone predicted earlier, now that we have like low DC is when we are getting like 13s and, you know, decent rolls. Taking a careful step onto the stone, you begin your descent. Keeping your balance in check, you shift your weight appropriately. Smart thinking, using your dexterity instead of brute force. This is the wise choice. Your feet find purchase. Stable. Controlled. You are at the bottom of the step. Let's go. Leave. I know the tone here was not like, let's go. But that's still what came to mind. You can get up here. You approach the step once more. A long step. Thank the gods you don't have to try so hard this time. Take that step again. Not right now. Leave. Okay, so apparently you do it once, and then you can do it. That also means I can remove this and put that on. Yeah. Oh, my bad. Adventurers must have hidden stuff in the spot. They sure did. Oh my god, that's so much money. We're rich as fuck. 63 crowns. And 10 shards of yore. I'm gonna be able to re-roll the hell out of this. Ooh. One goofy looking cat. That's true. What is this? Oh. Ask Axel Madsen. Axel Madsen. Is it just one unit? Yeah, the lobster or whatever that is part of the same unit. Interesting. I hate that, you know, I'm like overing over, but it's like not registering. Is the location of the model is not exactly where the cursor is or something. Well, it's behold. It's a dexterity behold, so I don't have great hopes for this. Oh, I never thought about that, but I could temporarily switch this over or add that just for the behold. Check. Yeah. Oh! What a roll! Why am I not roll? Never mind. I'm not gonna complain about it all the time. But I should. Under dwarf. Level 5 archaeologists. I can even see his stats now. Doesn't have a lot of charisma. This right here is the 4th pillar of the feudal system. A spelunking, delving, digging, roaming, true-blooded adventurer. Though he's seen a lot of shit in his days, Axel still has his glowing eyes set on the next prize. The true reward of a life on the trail. A hoard. He will find it one day, someday. But not this day. Perhaps you will see him again. Or are you kidding? Of course you will. Okay. First time we get quite a bit of information with Behold. It's not like super descriptive in this case. It's more of a vibe kind of thing, which I think is... that. We don't want our charisma to be lower. Let's engage. Despite the buried statue, you see someone up on a ledge. There's grunts echoing down the chamber, along with the sound of iron against stone. A dwarf down here? Could be a trap. Says dexterity. Hello up there. Identify yourself, citizen. Clear your throat. Or, nah. Hello up there. The dwarf's smoldering eyes widen as he sees you. Look, Romulus, we've got an official visiting. If that doesn't make us official, I don't know what will. Peeking over the ledge, you spot an orange monster creeping out. Romulus, Rust Monster, Dame. A rust monster. The dwarf appears friendly with it. How strange. Is that a rust monster? Oh, yes, very correct, but no worries. He's very kind. The dwarf then mumbles to himself. When he's fed. Ominous. What are you doing here? You know. He lets out a smoldering laugh. A dwarf's got to have a hobby. He puts down his tools and strikes a pose. Let me introduce myself. I am Axel Madsen. A dark dwarf. Derogatory term for the underdwarfs. Oh, why is intelligence being racist? Or, as they prefer, underdwarf. Okay, intelligence. Dickhead. You can bet intelligence would not have corrected us. Or it would not have corrected itself if charisma didn't intervene there. 100% it would have, intelligence would have just let it slide. Underdwarf, gray-skinned and fiery-eyed dwarves who mostly live along the undercoast. They originate from powerful elementals known as Azers. Pleasure to meet you. You are a Norvikian cleric, I presume. Not just. I am the cleric of Norvik. I'm more of a rogue, really, the sneaky kind. I'm actually more of an arcane spellcaster. Yes, don't be complicated. I just keep reaffirming myself as a cleric. I want to be something else. I don't know. I don't want to be a rogue. I don't want to be an arcane spellcaster, I don't think. If those are the only three choices, then yeah, I'm a cleric, sure. But I feel... I've said a couple of times that I was a hero. It didn't give me any class conflict, though. Which, maybe hero is not actually a class? I presume there's 5 classes, because on the inventory menu, I think there's 5. Or maybe 6? Not sure. 1 for each stat. No, not just. I am the cleric of Norvik. I'm just gonna go with yes, don't be complicated. Or maybe I just embrace... You know, it's like my name on Twitch, right? The Daniel Man. I think this sort of seems fitting. I'm not just a Daniel Man. I am the Daniel Man. What's up, Therma? Not just, I am the cleric of Norvik. I'll be damned. There's no denying it now. You are a cleric. Gain 25 XP. Not sure what it means, but it sounds expensive. He looks around. And you're here all alone? Okay, the fact that he's looking around and then looking at us and like, oh, you're here alone, huh? Is a little concerning. Yeah, why do you care? Of course. What kind of man wouldn't be lonely? Yeah. Ah! Go connect? I don't know what that means. Then I very much suggest not going into the hallway back there. Listen to him. He knows these tunnels well. Why? It's one of those ancient esoteric traps, still functional. It'll burn your beard off. Not sure how much experience you have with this city below the city, but most people who come down here, they die. Even clerics do not venture down alone. Don't you have some backup? Backup would be nice, actually. Not really. What? Then what's your goal? You cannot possibly be taking a stroll down here, can you? Well, I'm not supposed to be here. I fell. Sir, I fell. I'm supposed to meet up with some goblet chieftain. Oh. You're here on business with Lady Sageleaf. Then you should go to her right away before you end up mimic food. Get yourself some backup. Just some friendly advice. I don't need backup. I'm really, really powerful. That's probably a good idea, thanks. But you're down here alone. So yeah, the game even warned us at the beginning of the game that we only had 6 strength, and therefore we should not venture to the dungeon alone. Assuming that's part of it. But you're down here alone. No, I'm not. Oh, well, I guess he has Romulus. I've got Romulus! The monster makes a high-pitched shriek. But what are you doing here? Look around his strange setup. With a bright smile, he adjusts the collar on his uniform. Well, I'm what you'd call a historian with ambition. As he says it, the orange beast sends an echoing, hissing noise through the chamber. That sounded, like a laugh, actually. Exactly, Romulus. We're here on an expedition of grand proportions to find the legendary missing mine of Tulamon, of Tooling Cattle. Tool in Cattle? Sounds like a quest. Good luck with that. I actually have some questions. That sounds like a quest. Oh, yes indeed. But just to be clear, I'm not sharing the spoils just like that. So here's the deal. I'm in trouble. The Lost Mines of Tulamon is a new quest. Nice. His pet makes a loud belching noise. Right? He mumbles and gives the monster a pat on the back. You want to help, friend? Help a stranger? That's how fools are robbed. I will help if I can. I'll help if I get paid. I might help if I have time. I won't help unless it's by accident. I will help you if I can. Great! You see, there are 2 strange ruins in this section of the city below the city. He points at the statue. White Mane ruins before the dwarves and humans, and even trolls. This place was ruled by cats. The theory goes the snails of Tulin had an esoteric mine not far from the pillars of Yore. Not far from the pillar of Yore. The mines of Tulamon, a place of thick veins, with endlessly growing ember and platinum. But the walking god of the White Mane, for whatever reason, sealed it shut at some point, according to legends. Sealed esoterically, probably, since we can't seem to locate it. Esoteric seals can be broken with the right knowledge. Okay. Cat people. Snail people. And locked seals. So you're looking for it. How can you hide an entire mine? So there's ancient snail folk and then slightly less ancient cat folk who built cat stuff on top of snail stuff? Exactly. Layers upon layers. Like a corpse cake. And how can you hide an entire mine?
You'd be surprised. The city below the city is...
The vast ruins found underneath Norvik. Most define it as parts of the city not yet civilized, although there is a legal definition set in place for each individual district.
What is it? 4 or 5 levels of sprawling tunnels and caverns. Here under Tolstad, it's only this here, top level, that's in any way accessible. There could easily be some crevice far down that no one, not even the city's greatest paladins, have gotten close to discovering.
The deep places of the world hold many secrets. So you're looking for it?
Oh, yes. I'm not alone in this, of course. But my research has shown me clear indications that these 2 ruins below Tolstad are more or less unexamined, at least by skilled hands.
So what's the problem?
There's no problem with this site. But I'm almost finished here, and I'm unable to gain access to the second White Main ruins. Because it's inside HWBT territory, and they are very unwilling to allow a dwarf like me past. Those goblins have hired a brutish bugbear as a guard.
Oh god. It's gonna be this game's measurehead. He shivers.
Horrid creature. But you're a cleric. If you can get access into their territory, then please, head south. Through the damp high caverns, there should be a White Main ruin at the end. A shrine, probably marked by a bunch of feline symbols.
He gestures towards the giant statue.
Just look for big cats, essentially.
You can't get access yourself? What do you want me to do here? Can't get access yourself? He laughs loudly.
No way, hombre.
Oh, Spanish is canon in this game. Nice.
Lady Sageleaf has made it very clear, very, very clear, that there is to be no dungeoneering in her dank tunnels. Hold on.
Is that a euphemism? This feels like a euphemism. No dungeoneering in Lady Sageleaf's dank tunnels. Okay.
Especially by outsiders. So no, that's not happening. Not while she's the leader of HWBT.
And what do you want me to do here?
He leans over the edge. All I need you to do is tell me if you find a symbol of a sun or 2 blades.
Sun, the light of the day, the great source of power that moves alone across the sky over the day. It follows a different pattern of movement in each band, and with different intensities. In Ascani, it is small and moves quickly.
Either of those, then report back to me. If you're able, and if you have time.
He sighs, a frustrated sigh.
Wish I could do it myself, darn those goblins.
Sun or 2 blades, got it. If I find a shrine, I'll investigate. I'll see what I can do, don't expect anything. Yeah, Son of 2 blade, got it. If I find a shrine, I'll investigate.
Great! And good luck.
Gives you a thumbs up. What do you know about the tea shop? I've got a bunch of personal questions for you. Why are your eyes glowing? Do you know about the tea shop? Crosses his arms and gives you a long nod.
It's a type of cafe, you know, they serve tea and other drinkables. Sometimes they even have pastries. I love cardamom treats.
I also love cardamom treats. No, the tea shop. How long have you been down here? Yeah, you must not know about the criminal situation. How long have you been down here?
About a week by now. Takes time to set up a secure perimeter.
So you do not know about the tea shop that exploded?
Exploded? I thought the election was bad enough as it is. Now they've got exploding tea shops? Norvik's in trouble indeed. Oh well, he mutters with a shrug. Can't help you there, friend. Well, I've got a bunch of personal questions for you. You do? Maybe later. I've got a bunch of work to finish up here. But I'll be at the Drunk Sphinx once I'm finished. Ask me there, and I'll gladly indulge you. Nice. A tavern. Good place to extract information. Why are your eyes glowing? Haven't met too many underdwarves, have you? Look, I don't have much time. But really, once I'm done here, I can talk all you want. Okay, well, good luck down here. And leave. Okay. Well, that was an interesting little encounter. A long step. You take the first step, and then you are at the top of the step. Let's go. Okay, we don't have anything new here, so leave this alone. So okay, so we don't really have a choice there. It feels like. I don't think I can climb this in any way. So we have to go south through the dank tunnels. Well, this is a little scary because we were warned about traps and all that. I don't know about you guys, but I have a bad feeling about this. I have a bad feeling about all this. Yeah, see. What the fuck was that? This is the pillar. We're right under the pillar, it seems. There's a staircase here. I don't want to commit to that opening right away. This goes up. Oh, there's a dead body there. Okay. So far, so good. Oh shit. I did not expect the door to immediately open. Oh god. Stand very still. That's ominous. Yeah, is it a floating torch? I'm getting away from this. Oh. We did have something, right? This bass sound is very scary. Again, like very Stranger Things-esque. I think. Okay, so there's definitely a path down there. I'm just very wary of exploring without help. The game has warned me several times about not taking risks. There's dead bodies there. Ah, shit. Ominous hallway. Click. That is not a good click. You feel a pressure change. A rushing wind causes you to be
pulled just an inch further into the hallway. Then you'd notice the wall holes opening up. Back now. Avoid the trap. Yep. Oh! Oh, Lord. Jesus. You just barely escaped the deep clutches of the skin-melting heat. Standing up, you realize the fire singed the edges of your uniform. Adrenaline living the system. Pain. Burns. Fuck you, game! Roll around to put out the last fire. But you live. Woo! By the gods, who would make such a devious tripe? I'm alive? I'm alive! That's funny. You are! Now, don't enter the hallway before you disable the trap, or you'll get roasted again. Looking back, the hallway has no marks of being filled with flames. For the same reason, it's still functional. It's a magic trap. Terrible, terrible hallway. Yeah, well, let us not take any more risks here. I cannot believe we succeeded with 19 and we still fucking took like 6 points of damage. Ridiculous. Yeah, look, there's like 6 classes. A dwarf named Axel is looking for a legendary lost mine somewhere in the tunnel to the southwest. But the HWBT won't allow him passage. Find a symbol of the sun or lack thereof, the shrine, then report back to him to get a reward. Okay, we need the HP. We do need HP. I think I can cast Cure Wounds on myself. Yeah. Might as well. Almost maxed. Perfect. Just 1 point so that we benefit from our passive trait, which will give us a hit point at the end of the hour. Nice. We are a bit low on spell slots, but we do have a bunch of instants. I would rather not use if I don't have to, but okay, so this is not openable. Good to know. Alright, so death here. Presumably death downstairs as well. With that floating torch or whatever. And then this. This seems to be the only way forward at this point. Is that a shard of yore? A shard. Yeah. Huh. DC 10 success. The wall here, it's a door. Oh. The roots. The city below the city. Oh god. What is that? Mooncore. HWBT Guardian. The music seems great. Let me go back in for a sec. Yeah. I'm not ready to confront anyone yet. A rat! It's not really running from you. White rat, -1 charisma. Okay. We now have a white rat. A white rat. It acts shyly, but approaches you nonetheless. It looks like it doesn't really want to get grabbed by you, but it also doesn't fight it. Instead, it just follows along, sort of not very happy with the situation, but what can you do? Okay, fair enough. Hey, I'm not alone. I have a rat companion. Desmond!
I'm calling him Desmond. I can't look at this, which is a little worrying. What's up, Nogar? Pillar of Yore. You look up at the pillar. The relic rises upwards. Endlessly upwards. Esoteric Ebb added. Right, this old thing. The central landmark of Norvik, the symbol of Earth's conquest. You think such an esoteric object would just sit here at the center of the city. Not much else they can do with it. It's just a highly magical rock left over from the time before time. It was here before Earth and will be here after you, remaining until the end. A gate to another time. It looks a bit broken, cracked. Can I make money of this thing? How many of these pillars exist? So what do I do with it? How many of these pillars exist? 8. Technically 4, depending on which scholar you ask. Oh, are they going like all the way through the Earth and so like they count 1 on both sides? There are debates as to whether there are 8 pillars, 1 in each band, or simply 4 pillars that pierce the circular coast and stick out on the other side. Yeah. But ours is the best one, right? That's such a funny one. That makes them less interesting. Yeah, I mean, it does a little bit. The fact that there's so many of them makes it a little less mysterious, I guess. Slightly. But the fact is, no one has managed to make use of them in any way, despite their esoteric nature. So the pillars of Yore are relegated to being visual landmarks seen from across the coast through clouds and mist for miles. It's a bit broken, cracked. Yes. While the pillar is indestructible, it was once under heavy siege during the most intense moment of the Gate War. Several pieces of the pillar float around in the air, especially as it reaches upward to the clouds above the city. What kind of power would be capable of damaging this? Sad to see it in this state, a forgotten, useless relic. What kind of power would be capable of damaging this? Gods. The most powerful of arcanists. The fundamental forces of reality. Can I make money off of this thing? No way. They don't even take admission to see it. It's such a trivial sight. So what do I do with it? Nothing. It's just a rock to you. A tingly, esoteric rock. You can always attempt to focus on it. Learn from this ancient relic. Get closer. As you do, you feel the air itself tingle. Power. Listen. He is speaking to you. Touch the pillar. Touch the cold pillar. You place your hand upon the cold surface. Your body quakes, standing in awe of this ancient object. How many battles do you think it has seen? How many deaths? How many noble sacrifices given to one's god, or king, or people? You do not know, and that frightens you. Perhaps one day you will join in that sacred sensation. Perhaps right now? The pocket watch tingles. -2 DC. It's still pretty rough. We need a 16 or above, which is 25% success only. But let's try feeling it. Why not? 25% success, 16 or above. Let's go. Damn. Closing your eyes, you begin to focus, your mind placed squarely at this esoteric force. Your mind forms an arrow and you fire it forward, but it is repelled. Opening your eyes, your hand is no longer pressed against the cold surface of the pillar. You are instead holding it against your heart, shaking. This is wrong. Yes. Try again later. Whatever is whispering to you from beyond is more powerful than you imagined. Alright, we're gonna remember this check.
we'll try again later, game said.
Okay, so I can remove the dexterity one at the pipe. We've clearly dealt with that.
Remember it. Finish up, leave. Okay. Right. Esoteric Ebb. There is a rhythm to yours realm, as you heard his voice. Find it at his closest pillar, it reaches deep. Investigate it on every level. Can I interact with this? Glowing mushrooms must be tasty. Swamp extract. Nice. Is 3 HP. Let's go. Okay, this goes down and up. Ooh, down seems to be broken. It's a long way down. Sure is. Yeah, okay, let's not, let's not go down there. Does this go back up? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Taking a step forward, you touch a thin cord. Something soft latches itself around your ankle. A contraption is now in motion. There's no time. It's a... Huh? Oh, God. We are so fucked. I need a 17 or above. Which means 20% success. Avoid the trap. Nah. Shunk. It tightens around your boot. With a violent tug, you're forced to the ground, hitting the back of your head on the steps. Before you can even react, your entire body has been dragged over the edge. No, no, no! Flail and scream. I'm gonna flail and scream. You're falling, but not far. With a painful snap, your descent is stopped and now you're simply left hanging. Seems like I'm in a bit of a pickle. Huh. We are in a pickle indeed. Yeah, this is fine. How long can I hang like this? Look up at the rope, call for help. DC 21. Pull yourself up. Great. Seems like I'm in a bit of a pickle. You don't say. How long can I hang like this? Not long. Your skull is pulling. Within minutes, you will lose control of your mind. Humans can stay upside down for approximately up to 10 minutes. However, major issues might occur after only half that time. Suggestion: do not stay upside down. There is no time. Push! Look up at the rope. It's snared tight around your boot. Should you keep hanging for a long time? Should keep you hanging for a long time. You see how it's connected to a series of pythons wedged below and in the side of the stone walkway. Next to you is a hanging rug. It acts as a counterweight. Terrifyingly efficient, yet surprisingly simple contraption. Whoever set this up is an expert. You understand the contraption. Okay, we're down to a DC 8, which is fantastic. Call for help. Uh-huh. So what's the plan here? You're going for a somebody help or just a guttural fear-induced owl? Somebody help or owl for your life. Somebody help! Your voice echoes up and down a stone spiral. After a few seconds, it fades. No one will hear you, sorry to say. In the city below, you'll attract worse ends than Dark Abyss if you keep screaming like that. Oh. Yeah, let's just shut up then, I guess.
All right, strength 8. We need a 10 or above. 50-50. It appears. Wait, is a 10 actually... It's a 55%. Wait, you cannot have a 50-50 on a D20. I never thought about that. Yeah. You cannot get a 50-50 on a D20. You can? DC 11? Oh, right. My bad. For some reason, my brain thought about it differently. Yeah. Yeah, DC 20, 10 positive results. Yeah, 20 options, but it starts at 1, so it's just... yeah. So we're slightly above average chances there. Slightly above average chances. Yeah. Surely we get this. Oh, come on, game. A deep breath. You heave yourself forward, grabbing the rope attached to your ankle. Your muscles strain. Pain. Your weight is too much. You've been hanging here for too long. Groan in pain. You must try again. Your quest cannot end here. Keep trying, -5 DC. Okay, there's no way we're failing again, right? Oh, come on, game. Dude. A deep breath. You heave yourself forward, grabbing the rope attached to your ankle. Your muscles strain. Too much. Blood in the head. Oh. It's a DC 0 now. Blood in the head, -3 DC. That's so funny. Alright, pull yourself up. Okay, if I had... Dude, if I had rolled a 1 right there, I would have screamed. A final deep breath. You feel the numbness spread as you heave upwards. One gloved hand grabbing the rope, then another. Through sheer power, you pull your entire body weight upwards, climbing higher and higher, until you roll over the edge. Get the rope off. Your fingers dart around your ankle, desperate to remove the latched rope. You rip it off and toss it to the side. Free. Safe. Alive. That was awful. What kind of evil piece of shit makes a trap like this? Laugh like a madman. I'm gonna laugh like a madman, because that was embarrassing. Your laughter rings out in the empty chasm below. Take a deep breath. Air fills your lungs. You are alive. Check out the rope. Extremely sturdy rope, thick, soft to the touch. You do not know the name of this material. Must be exotic. Okay, it has to just be rope. At the nuts, you see a series of burned-in letters. Someone left a message on the end of the rope itself. Behold! Bulbaslop? I'm sorry, what? Who's Bulbaslop? Kraid. Creepy. Yeah. I don't know if I want to meet the person who did that. Let's go. Let's just leave. Let's grab some mushrooms. I like that you have mushrooms now, which, you know, considering what we've been through, most likely gonna need some health. I feel like I want to use an incense. Or should I use a short rest? We're gonna get 1 HP back in a minute anyway. Let's, you know what? We have 2 short rests available. It's gonna remove the exhaustion, which has probably screwed us a few times already. We'll get a spell check. We'll get some healing. We'll get extra healing, in fact, because of the hour passing. And then when we get eventually back to the surface, hopefully, we have unlocked spell checks again. Yeah, I feel like a short rest here would be nice. On the ledge. Yeah, just not roll down, please. You rolled an 8! Oh my god! Lower exhaustion by 1 level. Managed to restore 1 first level spell slot. Oh my god. Sleeping on that ledge is crazy, by the way. That's enough rest for now. Look at us. We did lose an hour, which is, you know, could be meaningful, but we're fine. It's fine. Oh, we're not exhausted. We have checks unlocked. Yeah, that was a great rest. I think that was a very valuable one. I am not mad about using that hit dice right there. Hopefully, does this... Oh my god, is it more trapped? I don't even know where this leads. I mean, it looks to be a way out, maybe, but... Upstairs smells funky. Oh! Would you look at that? A glow glass, very common magical item. Hey! The zombie disappeared. We're here! Oh! Yeah, I guess the spiral stairs make sense now. We were under the crypt. Or whatever it's called, the Viskin's lair. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Well, at least I'm behind the thing. Right? The zombie's gone. We're behind the thing. Beautiful. Yeah. What a little adventure that was, just because I was too curious about a fucking pipe. Hey, we lived. We didn't die. We learned a few things. We found out a few things. We've made 0 progress on the main purpose, which is to go talk to the lady. We're gonna go there straight away as soon as we get out of this place. I do want to check this, though. The door inside this tunnel. Yeah, I do want to check a few of those things before going out, now that I have access to the whole thing. And then we'll go meet Lady Sagely. Finally, it seems like we should probably proceed with that before we get into more trouble. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is a story for tomorrow. All right. Well, that was neat. What a nice little piece of progress we've made. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I appreciate you all. I hope you guys enjoyed the show today. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Esoteric Ebb. I almost said Disco Elysium. Esoteric Ebb. Yeah. We'll see, we'll see. I mean, so far I'm really enjoying the game. I'm really enjoying the game. Discworld Elysium, yeah. That works, I guess. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. Wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.